All right. See if we're actually live or not. Good morning, Not a Suit. Good morning, Eric. Joshua J. Max, good morning. Mr. Secure the Bag and the Dash in. Good morning, Chaz. Keegan. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Indices We Trust. Good morning, John S. Good morning, Philip. Yeah, I'm feeling the same way today. Dylan, Gavin, Sue, Jeremy, RS. I was having some technical difficulties getting on this morning, so I apologize. Look at that, no memory card. If that worked. All right, right on. Good morning, everybody. Morning, JB, Bubka, Vegas, BTC, CKK, Lucy, good morning. Ion SC, Brad, Detroit EV. Hello, everybody. Yeah, we're gonna do. We're gonna turn this down. We're gonna get right into it. Well, I don't even know if I can turn it down. I'm on the wrong one. Check. All right, we're gonna switch it right over here. We're gonna roll right into this because we only have a few minutes. It's already not 10 past 9. We're gonna get into this as fast as we possibly can. Good morning, Mary. Good morning, John. How's everybody doing? Yeah, smash that like button, baby. Brad. Good morning, everybody. Okay, so we're gonna make this fast because we only got 20 minutes before the bell opens. I just want you guys to have an idea of where we are. There is a lot to talk about. So we're gonna talk about post FOMC. After all that stuff yesterday, we're gonna have an emergency meeting to raise rates and all that kind of bullshit. That's just stirring the pot, trying to affect the market. We'll talk about that later and what took place yesterday in individual tickers, where we were in the market. There were definitely some manipulation of the market yesterday, and then some amplification of that manipulation of the market. So we'll get into that after the bell opens today. I do want you to know that it is Friday, right? The biggest moves of the week have happened already this week. I wouldn't expect that it's going to get crazy today. It's possible that it could at some point, but I don't think that it will. So let's talk about what's going to happen today, what to look forward to next week for OPEX, and yeah, right on. Yeah, I wouldn't be too scared right now. So just for this morning on the volume profile, right? You can see that we're climbing our way back up this morning. Just be conscious of this, okay? That we're coming back into the above an iceberg today. We should be able to trade higher. I know that there is some concern that we have some resistance above here, right around 4522. We can end up trading sideways in here, and I'll show you some other things this morning that could lead some to this possibility that we just trade sideways into the close. But we don't have a lot of resistance up high right now. If you're looking at the profile here, okay. So it's possible we have a green day today, or we just trade sideways into the bell and maybe slowly trade down and off into the sunset. But just be aware of this. I know that a lot of people out there have a different viewpoint on what's happening today. Just be aware that there's not a lot of, if we can trade up higher here to like 452, there's not a lot of resistance for us moving up into the end of the day. I know that's counter to what everyone out there is saying. So we are going to get out of this right here. Turn this bad boy off. And for the economic calendar today on Friday, we don't have much. 10 a.m. We have the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Index. We assume that's not going to be too good, right? That Joe Main Street and Mary Main Street are not going to be happy right now. And this might actually come in good too, because unemployment has gone down. But you know what the actions that are taking place in the market, the cost of goods, cost of services out there, they're probably concerned. Now, next week, we're not looking for anything on Monday, right? We got nothing going on Monday. That's a good sign for the market. All the bad news and all the dirty laundry is out right now. So Monday could shape up to be a pretty good day. Tuesday, we've got a producer price index. That's a big one. Manufacturing index is a big one on Tuesday. I think we got a better, last week we got a pretty decent manufacturing index numbers last time we had those. Retail sales should add some volatility on Wednesday. And then, of course, we've got the doom next week on Wednesday. Plan for this, right? FOMC meeting minutes, right? You know, you're going to hear all kinds of nonsense chatter on social media and in the news about what's going to take place on the FOMC meeting minutes on Wednesday. Big news also on Thursday would be the initial jobless claims, continuing claims. We're going to expect these to be good numbers, though. And then the big event next week is, of course, going to be the monthly OPEX. Now, the spot gamma report here, we'll go through this briefly. Futures had fairly volatile session yesterday. Currently sits near 4475, which is off its lows. Our anticipated models predict a very volatile day with an SG implied move of 1.9%. That's pretty big, right? Pretty volatile day. So we don't have a lot of resistance above, although they say that we do. So we're either going to start selling heavy and hard today, or I think we're going to trade much, much higher. Resistance lies at 4,500 and 4,530. Support is at 44.64 and 44.04. The updated data shows some fairly large put positions added to the S&P, less or equal to 4,400. It was clear in our hero data intraday delta measurement that put buyers were out in the QQQs as well. Some of this flow is clearly short dated. And as we now measure less or equal to 20% of the SPX and QQQ's gamma expiring today. If selling increases this morning, right, so we're going to look for that at 9:30. Our model seems to show a 4,400 as support area for today. Below, we show our equity hub model, which shows a node of gamma at 4,400. In past instances of weak markets, these nodes have shown to be linked to support areas. We also know that the QQQ gamma profile flattens out less than or equal to 340, which suggests that the rate of gamma hedges decreases, declining negative gamma pressure. Looking out past a few sessions, it appears a break of 4350 area implies a test of 4200. In all actuality, if we retest that 4200, we're more than likely going lower. We'll need that for confirmation, but if we do get there, you can go back to retargeting those 390s and 400s. There is hedging out there for 390 that's been laid on for May. So just be aware of that there was re-hedging. We've talked about this ad nauseum, even though the market was showing us something different for the past week, right? But the banks did not sell their hedging. They've just been rolling them out farther and farther, and they don't want you to hold puts, right? They don't want you to make money. To the upside, that we anticipate resistance in the 45.35 to 45.50 area, which is where our vol trigger lies, 45.35, right? And also a pickup in straddle positions, 15,000 each added to 45.50 calls puts yesterday. New call positions yesterday at strikes above were unsurprisingly light, suggesting that flows will continue to be driven by the shifts around puts being bought, negative delta demand, and sold. Positive delta demand lifts from the selling of implied volatility would likely be quick but violent. Okay, i.e. high volatility of volatility. It seems unlikely that implied volatility will visit 2021 lows until interest rate issues are cleared up. Okay, so they're basically saying until we get a clear direction from the Fed, we're going to be volatile. Close back of the vol trigger level shifts vol back into the bull's court with 4,600, the major overhead target for early next week, right? So we have to be aware of that. Now, I'm going to scroll through this briefly if you want to come back and look at some levels or whatever. I'll scroll through this and come back and pause this morning. You can pause this video at any point and get what you need from it. I am going to interpret it for you this morning, slightly different than how I describe it to you every day. I'm not going to interpret it verbally at this moment, but what I'm going to show you is a couple things. You can use anything you want. Swaggy Stocks is not really the most accurate, but for expiry today, there's this little window in here, okay? This little window between 452 and 455, right? So the question becomes, do they begin to print puts down here at this 449? These are, I'm going to assume that these are some new puts that were put on yesterday, or are they going to print some of these calls that are now worthless here above, okay? So I'm going to give it to the bulls today, believe it or not. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give it to the bulls. We could trade the other way, and we'll look for how it trades off the bell. But I'm going to give it to the bulls today, believe it or not. They're not going to want to print these puts down here. They're going to let these expire and not print these out because these have been killed at this point, right? Unless more puts come into the market this morning. So that would be the next question. Do they bring more puts into the market? Now, on that spot gamma, on that spot gamma report, I just made a simple chart today for you guys that basically this is the interpretation of that chart. We're opening up here, resistance. The first resistance is right here. Let me bring this out a little bit for you guys to see, so you guys can see what I'm talking about here, okay? Try to make this very simple. Got this major downward trend, right? This channel, right? This is major resistance. We know this is major resistance. We know that we traded above it, pushed above it in the overnight, and then we know that we had mass market manipulation yesterday that sold this market down. And probably there's two sides to it, right? There's profit taking going on, and then some people know there's profit taking going on, so that they know that bulls that bought down here on a hair trigger, and so they can manipulate the market to start force selling, and they can make money on the downside move, right? Then we know that market players understand this as we trade down. So I want you to see this big line right here, right? And then we're gonna come back over here. This is the spot gamma report. Okay, hold on here. Get this back for you. I want you guys to focus on something important here. Okay, and that would be that your trading range at this point, this is your R3 up here. This is R2, your volatility trigger. If you trade above this area, right, this volatility trigger, you're going to be looking for higher prices, 4,600. If we trade up here today and hit this volatility trigger, you're going to expect a rejection of some kind, right? Your first area of support from the spot gamma report is S1 right here. And then your second layer of support is down here at S2. This is the rest of that triangle that we're in, right? Down here at S2. And you're going to expect us to bounce off here. So you're going to be looking for off the bell at 9:30, right? Are we going to shoot straight up here and reject down and grab some support here at S1 or S2? Because this is set up right now. This is set up right now for the bears are going to be looking for it. They're going to be like, "Oh yeah, let's cut our shorts loose, right? And then grab them again and trade it right back down to S2. If we break this here, right? We break this 435, we're definitely testing 4,200, and we're likely gonna test lower to 4,000 or 3,900, especially if all of this drama ensues into now. It looks like the banks are looking at May. So you'd retest 420, trade back up, and then trade back down all over again to 400, 390. Depending upon how bad this volatility gets, if there's any kind of an announcement that we're doing 7 rate hikes. I don't think we're doing that, but you know, there's all kinds of crazy shit out there. We're doing 100 BPS, we're doing 50 right out the gate, then we're doing another, I don't know, I think right now they're talking about another like 100 in the next three sessions or whatever. I think we have 7 sessions left in the year. So they are pricing this in. No matter what they're telling you out there, they are hedging all the way along here. I know that a lot of times when we're talking, it's not matching up to what you're seeing out there on social media. So just know that they're hedging out here. Also note that they're hedging even deeper further in time, right? We've known that for at least a week now. When we were in the highs up here, they were buying 409s. No, excuse me. I think it was 390s and 400s on the SPY into May, and they were buying 420s into March. They rolled it out from February to March, right? And of course, you've got all this bullshit in the news cycle saying that it's all retail, and I'm on Twitter going, no, it's not fucking retail. These are banks, okay? And they're going to lie to you. They don't want you to know their positioning, okay? Until they're ready to spook the market like they did yesterday. Now, let's say we open here, we green bar it up, reverse, trade back down to S1, and we're going to trade this up. Let's say R2 is your first, your volatility trigger. If we are able to break past R3, our next target above here is this all-time high. Not all-time high, excuse me. This break above, if we break above this, right, we're going to move, or if we break above the volatility trigger, we're going to try to attempt to trade back up to 460. Now, do I think we're trading there? No. I think that we're going to trade inside of this trading. I think we're going to be trading inside of these two areas here, right? I think we're trading inside this box. See this yellow and this yellow right here, 440 and 455. I think we're trading in here. I think we could possibly swing low down here at some point and possibly swing out above here at this point. This is looking like a bear flag, right? On a larger time frame, that shows us that 1, 2, and 3 downward movement, that corrective movement. I know the bears are saying that that's going on. But even inside of this, if we trade down here, right, swoop down, this can set us up for a move to 460 easily, okay? So we're still moving up in the overall sense of things. Even though this looks like a bear flag, we're still within this upward pattern here, okay? So if we swoop down here, find maybe a Monday there's no news, and we start trading up to 460 into Monday, Tuesday of next week, I wouldn't be shocked, okay? And then we trail off maybe down into OPEX. I think that's all I've got for you for the open this morning. I've got an issue this morning with Trade the News. I tried to re-up my. I think I can re-up it right now on another computer, but my credit card was canceled for fraud. I don't know why. So I'm gonna have to look into that and see why I'm getting flagged for fraud this morning. So I'm gonna turn on right off the gate this morning. We'll see if we can take some trades here off the bell. We're gonna follow the options flow, of course. And if you guys want, I can post these levels for you on Twitter this morning, so you guys can at least follow along what Spot Gamma says. You guys can snap these lines on your own stuff. Let's see what you guys are doing. Spy's dropping. Had a good week. Cannot complain. Yeah, it was a good week. Right hand coordinates slightly cropped. Yeah, what I'll do is I'll post this for you on Twitter right now so that you can snap your own lines for today and follow along as we trade the day. Okay, if you guys can't see the lines right now, don't worry about it too much. I will attempt to bring this in right there. Does that help? Maybe that helps you guys out right there. So you guys can see the lines a little bit better. So 450, or excuse me, 4,500, and then we got. I'll just set the. I'll post a link for you on on Twitter right now, and down in the Discord I'll post that for you. We got 7 minutes left. Let me see if I can get this in a little bit larger time frame so that you can see those lines once more. Okay. Break below. If we break below right here, 4350, we're gonna end up testing this 420. It actually does set up this a larger move to go down to that 490. Or excuse me, 390. Don't come back at me in 3 weeks and be like, oh well, we didn't go down to 390. You know that we have to confirm as we move in any direction. You know that we have to trade what's in front of us to the right. At any point, we can trade down here and swoop right back up and get super duper duper bullish again. Good morning, Tesla Wolf. Good to see you. Yeah, my brother, Pirates, bro. Good to see you. Oh, I've got the background, but I don't have it on this computer yet. I know I'll get it up. I'm gonna see if I can get it up here today at some point. They got a whole bunch of fraud going on, I guess, in my bank right now. So I'm going to see what's going on. I don't know if it's just because I'm spending in the wrong places or whatever. Not like I'm going to strip clubs or anything, but I think I'm just, I've got a lot of activity going on right now on my card. So I'm going to give you one more, I'm going to give you a better snapshot of the levels from Spot Gamma for today. This would be just on a SPY chart. I think I have them on, hold on, I'm getting some wonkiness. I think I have them on, this is what you're looking for right here. So you can see those lines there. And you can see where, so we've got R1, this is resistance 1, support 2, resistance 2, and our volatility trigger. We get above the volatility trigger, we ended up price targeting 460 above. Now, we're going to talk, there's 2 topics we'll talk about today, okay? We're going to talk about the first topic is going to be the manipulation that went on yesterday. And then we're just going to talk about the outlook for the rest of the year. If any of you guys are wondering about your positions in the market, long-term holding on stocks, long-term investment ideas, if we get slow today for a little bit, we're going to go through the market and discuss positioning and discuss some stock picks for the rest of the year, how to manage stocks, how long you should be managing them for. Do you manage them for 1 to 3 months, or is it price targets on stocks, and what stocks you should be buying? I think you're going to have to active manage this year. I think it's going to be we're going to retest at some point. I think we're going to retest at 420 or even lower. You can buy another bottom down there, and I think we're going to do it again at least twice this year. And eventually we'll have a nice big fat Christmas rally. And you can actually probably make triple your money this year. Think of a year right now as condensed into 3 to 4 parts. If we trade sideways and slightly down this year, just think of it like a 1 year being condensed to 3 months. I think that's the key. Yeah. Thanks for subscribing, Art Apps. Yeah, the banks are coming for me. I think it's just this one card, and so I don't know. I don't know what's going on. So I'm gonna turn this off right now. We're gonna load up the Bookmap here, and let me know in the comments what you guys think. Let me know in the comments what you guys think is going to happen off the bell. If I had to guess, I think that we trade lower off the bell. No, I don't know. There's 2 sides to it. Can't really predict it today. It's going to be a tough one to predict. It's going to be a tough one because we could trade higher after the bell and then shorts get right back in. I'm assuming shorts are going to cover right after the bell. We're going to trade higher and they're going to attempt to take it lower. That's my assumption. But I don't think that that the market makers want to pay those puts. So sideways and slightly higher is probably, if I had to choose, that's probably my guess for today. All the bad news is out of the way, and we've got no real bad news coming out on Monday. And I don't think they want to absolutely murder it into OPEX. And one other thing, it might be a slow day today because we've got the Super Bowl on Sunday, so be careful out there with the liquidity in the market today. Now, I don't think this report's going to be that bad. I mean, it's going to be bad, but I'm not your buddy, friend. I'm not your friend, pal. I'm not your guy. So what we're going to do is, let me know in the comments, what do you guys think we're going to do today? If you guys think we're going up or down. We're going to have a whiskey later today as well. And we'll have a cocktail together for all you guys being here all week long supporting the channel. Because I know you guys spend a lot of time here. You spend a lot of time inside the Discord. And so we're gonna have a toast this week. We're gonna talk about some topics. The manipulation yesterday was in the market, because there was major manipulation in the market yesterday. I can't deny it. This does happen. There was insider trading across the board, the market yesterday. It's kind of disgusting in a way, right? Into parlays. Let's pump it. Yeah, there's no more bad news coming out. I can almost guarantee you that. You're not getting doom and gloom on a Friday heading into the weekend of Super Bowl weekend. All the money's been made this week. So I'm highly doubting it's like bloodbath or anything crazy. I don't think that they're going to do that to you today. We've got OPEX next week. They're going to try to get it where they want it to be. I think Winky yesterday was saying that he thinks they want it at 453. I think he said that was for this OPEX for Friday today. And I think we were talking about what it's going to be next Friday. Looks like the market is open. It's 9:30. We're going to see what happens here. I'm going to expect some shorts to get cut loose here. I know that some of the bears want to print off this opening bell. Some Tesla puts off the bell, February 11th, 9:10 p. I'm gonna give you guys this chart. See if I can. Oh, dude, my computer's trying to restart. Like, what is going on today? They just don't want me to win. I'll try to post this for you guys. NVIDIA calls off the bell. AMD calls off the bell. More AMD calls off the bell, so keep your eyes on AMD and NVIDIA this morning. I'll do this one for you here. Save this here. I'm going to post this to the @CaptainsAlpha Twitter handle. This is the levels. So you guys can, if any of you guys are not familiar with the levels from Spot Gamma, you can use something basic just like this in your own trading. And I'm going to have some levels up every day for you. I have regular pivot points, support, and resistance levels. And then I'm also going to start posting the spot gamma levels for you every day as well. I'm going to have the intern do that every day. So I just posted them. Yeah, did you see all those X? Did you see all those X? Hang tight. There's a dip in XLE this morning. I'm interested in. There was a ton of calls taken out this week on X too. There's a bunch of puts yesterday on XLE. Calls on BA, AMC. I'll give you guys the Mara high algo scores. Grub 318.10C for $71,000. Leafly LFLY. I mean. February 18th, 10C for $13,000. AMC 218.23C for $69,000. All shit stocks. Off the bell this morning. More for Leafly. There's only one. Mara February 18th, 35C. High algo score. Puts on Uber and JPM. Yeah, and what was the what do you think? What were you saying? GT all day, boy. Wow. Bye bye Goodyear. Selling off heavy off the bell. What was the wow, bye bye Goodyear. QDEL off the bell is green bars. Let's look at the QDEL. Look at the QDEL options. What did you buy? The one I'm having some real problems this morning. What was the options that you got on QDEL? Yeah, their earnings are coming up, right? Which QDEL did you get? Which options did you get? Tesla. Which options did you get on here indicators slightly negative? On let's see what we're doing here off the bell. $100C for next week. For the 18th, I'm assuming. $100C. How much did you pay for them? Like $2 to $3, $4? I see the February 18th. Did you get the 25th or did you get the how much did you pay for the 100Cs? Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Satchel. All right, so let's see where we have some support here. All right, 449. I might buy some calls down here. CLF calls March 4th, 21.5. QDEL blasting off. CLF calls March 4th, 21.5. We'll look up CLF and we'll look up QDEL. And we'll look up QDEL next. I'll look up Quesadilla del Taqueria. Looks like CLF's catching a bid off that sell-off. More calls on NVIDIA. February 11th, 260C, basically roughly in and around there. Whole bunch of call buyers currently. RK calls coming in, AMC calls. Call buyers currently on the SPY. Twitter calls, BAC calls, Donkey Kong calls. RK is February 18th, 79.22. C for $146,000. I miss Del Taco. Like there's some support down here at 445. Slightly negative gamma. Wonder if that's from yesterday. We're gonna wait and see what happens here first. See how the market opens up today. See what the low of the day is and try to grab a long off it. RK. Good CLF right now. More buyers than sellers on CLF. Looks like it's on major support here at 19. SPY puts, February 14th, 444p, $184,000. See if there's more sellers than buyers here. Yeah, there is some resistance above here. I like the support area. Look for buyers at 1891. And then super buy the dip at 1759. More RK calls. February 18th, 79.22, $54,000. Piton puts, February 11th, 36.5, P for $54,000. Seems pretty supportive, right? The tires. I think was that who posted about everybody needs tires, forget the batteries? Someone posted that on Twitter. NVIDIA puts February 11th, 252.5, $84,000. QDEL lower range, 76. Sitting on support right now at 93. Sellers above at 99.33. Price target above 114.91. Double the buyers than sellers. Should be a nice day for QDEL today. RK is reversing currently. Negative hero indicator on the SPY, just a heads up on that. See if we can find where real support is. 448.28, 444.81. Even deeper. 447.48. What do we got here? 447.45. And then 435 down below here. A little bit at 440. Yeah, I think we're going to trade down. 448.22 is a support area. Then down below that, 444.85. More AMD calls. We're bullish, 71% bullish, 34% bearish, 500,000, or this might be from, I don't know if this is from yesterday, but we got 500,000 calls and 251,000 puts. Not sure if they updated the put to call ratio today. It's at 0.508. That's weird. It's not my flow algo as it looks like. Okay, we've got Ford calls. See what Ford's doing. Ford calls January 20th, 2023, 20C, $600,000. Not really constructive. NVIDIA with the most call flow this morning for $349,000. Then SOXL calls 47C, $300,000, 47C for February 18th. RK with the next most constructive calls. Then AMD. On the put side, we've got Tesla, NVIDIA. Actually, more NVIDIA puts than calls. Some SPY puts, so we have more SPY puts than calls. Then comes puts on Uber, Piton, INTC, JPM, and Snap. Let me see if I can get this trade the news stuff done here. Find out what is going on. Scan my finger. Just a second here. I'm going to make a call. SPY moving higher, 451.46. R2 is at 453 and 453.55. Can you I love you. Sweet. All right. Had to make a call to the bank and be like, what the heck is going on? All right. So we should be good. All right. Let me bring it up here. Trade the news. Trade the news. Crazy part is it's not cheap. It's like $400. The call holders, the algo's on. Call holders switched over to 448p on. Well, they're everywhere. They were sitting on 448p. Now they're sitting on 460c, 26,000 calls for 5 cents. It's kind of wild. Let's see what's going on here. Why? Sign in. Okay. Is this, maybe I'm just having problems with Trade the News today.
You're listening to Trade the News.
Sweet. Oh no, I don't want to be in FX. What is going on? I'm having some really wonky problems today with Trade the News. We'll see what this is. What's going on? The guy retweeted Cap that loaded GT into the close. I think that's Winky. Is that Winky? Yeah, there's a bunch of, this is crazy. There's like there's 28 or 27,000 contracts on 460C. I'm like, there's no way they're printing those today. It is shocking though, because they're still worth 3 cents, which is surprising. I would expect them to be worth a penny or nothing. So the market makers are giving them some validity. I don't think we go to 460 today, but I am surprised that there's some interest even on those calls. Looks like 448 to maybe 443. I mean, excuse me, 453. That would be the range, 448, 453 today. We're right in the middle of it right now. Or at least where the structures are. Looks like that's where all the spreads are. It's right in here. You can see it in here. 452-ish. 449. Trying to figure out what the fuck is going on with Trade the News.
5 minutes at the top there. We'll get the Michigan sentiment reading. It's February preliminary, expected at 67. Current conditions seen 72.1. Expectations indexing 64.5. 1-year inflation outlook expected to rise 1/10 to 5.0%.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad trade at all. I think CLF is a great trade. It was at 1954 in pre-market. It's got huge support right here. Like huge. If you guys open up a chart that's like a month on CLF, it's a great place to buy. And it's only trading back since the 8th. Same price, actually higher than the 8th. Now it's the same price as it was on the 9th. And it's got a huge support right now. Good place to buy. QDEL is trading higher as well this morning. XLE is trading higher as well this morning. SPY rolling over. Just a note this morning that XLU has a bid on it. Protective posturing. XLP has a bid on it this morning. If you want to trade one of the underlyings. XLV has a bid as well. So that is implying that people are risk off today. XLF, though, has a bid as well. So they're risk off, but not selling the market. And we have VIX crush happening. See if we can see anything on the XLU. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, intern. Is this just since this week? From Sunday? Awesome sauce. I've got a list of people that have donated to the channel since last Friday or Sunday. That's help support the channel out there. Maybe we can take a trade and look up XLE. There are 3,000 contracts on XLE expiring today. 3,000 contracts are 10 cents and 12 cents. 70C. Now 11 cents. Now 9 cents. So if you see XLE roll over at any point, if it's still trading up, but it's on an upward track, look for a dip.
Preliminary Michigan sentiment reading. Headline sentiment number expected at 67. The prior was 67.2.
Also on XLU for today, there are 68C calls, 468 of them. They're going for 8 cents to 11 cents.
February preliminary Michigan sentiment reading in just a few seconds.
Datadog puts
61.7, 61.7, well below the 67 expected. Current conditions at 68.5, below 72.1 expectation, and expectations index at 57.4, below the 64.5 expectation. 1-year inflation outlook rising to 5.0% as expected. The 5 to 10-year inflation outlook remaining at 3.1%.
Russia's deputy finance minister saying that the government has approved.
So the 1-year inflation expectations are in line of the expectations, and then the consumer confidence came in at 61.7 versus 67 expected.
Last broadcast, Russian defense minister saying he's ready to consider resuming cooperation with the UK on military issues.
XLU rolling over.
He's Sukovic saying that agreed on the need for progress in talks with
XLP is rolling over.
in the interest of people in Northern Ireland.
Calls on a firm May 20th, 75C, $286,000. OTLY June 17th, 7.5C, $825,000. Calls on Apple and AAL.
On the Michigan sentiment reading, it was the lowest since October 2011.
Oof. No bueno. And you can see it's going to impact. It definitely took a hit on consumer staples. I am long here. We'll see how this works itself out. I'm long on some 453s. Here indicator is turning positive at this point. Calls on AMD. Now some bears stepping in on the bear side of this trade. Be careful here. Bears just picked up some algos, just picked up some puts on 450p and 448p. Split 37,000 contracts on each strike. Also, the VIX is starting to look perky. Hey, PBO, good to see you, brother. How you doing? Hey, Josh, how are you? 453s are now up to 85 cents, 88 cents, 90 cents, 92 cents. Yeah. You guys want to look at Tesla? So GT is down because their cost went up some. Did they give any guidance, Winky, on when they expect cost of goods and shortages? They got a bid right away, too. Yeah, no shit, huh? I agree with that. Did they say they were going to pass along to their customers, though? That's the real point. That's the real freaking question. And that's the real... Actually, that leads into a conversation. Calls on IWM, February 16th, 207C for $164,000. Calls just keep building on NVIDIA this morning. Just heads up on that. It does lead us into a conversation, and calls on X, February 18th, 23.5C for $55,000. UAL calls February 11th, 48C for $123,000. It does bring up that other question, though, which is, you know, like if tire companies are saying no, Bullard will be on Monday in the morning. What a douche. Hey, Mero, how are you? Good to see you, brother. It does lead into the question, right? You've got a ton of companies saying they're going to raise prices, which is no bueno. No bueno. Hey, Mero, how are you, brother? Did you trade that down last night? That was some baller shit in the middle of the night. Like, is it a question of can, let's just say a Tesla says we'll charge more for our cars. Yeah, that's one thing. But can BF Goodrich charge more for their tires? Like, can Coca-Cola? I think Carl Icahn talked about that. Carl Icahn at one point was like, you should buy Coca-Cola because they sell billions and billions of dollars of Coke all over the world. And they can easily sell Coke from, let's say it's $1 a can, they can easily raise the price to $1.05 and beat inflation. Whereas a luxury good might not be able to. Yeah, same issues. Maybe short these other tire companies. Well, yeah, that's the one. This is the one bearish part of this is the Fed really can't fight inflation, and the real there's price gouging, right? You've got price gouging going on. So you got companies that shouldn't be charging, but they are, specifically like services, are charging some severe prices, right? We get some Tesla puts coming in right now. February 11th, 905p for $500,000. We got Tesla trading down. But that's not the issue. The real issue is this is, you never truly fight inflation over time, right? You're going to keep some of it no matter what. So let's say if a car company can get an X amount of dollars for a car, they're going to leave that price up there, even if the shortages aren't real. Even if inflation comes down, they're going to try to keep prices high. Rental units. If I can get $1,000 and then tomorrow I can get $1,500, I'm not going to want to reduce the price of that rental unit. Same as always on Tesla. You buy the dip at 880. Looks like we were getting weaker support at 880, and now some newfound support at 850. Looks like that 900 has been broken through at this point, right? We'll look lower and see where the real support is. I want you guys to look at this right here, okay? I want you guys to see this if you're a Tesla bull. So we're trading down right now to 890. But on this COBAG right here, right, you've got just little buyers here. You've got some more buyers here at 880. You've got a major spike, though, of buyers now at 850 on Tesla. That means that some smarter money thinks that we're trading lower to 850. And then we're going to look even lower now, okay? We're going to see where the real buyers are. Be aware of this. Doesn't mean we can't trade higher if there's good news or if the market just generally gets lifted up. But I want you to see that where the real buyers are, like where the majority of I'm going to buy Tesla, where they lie. Let this load up here. And right now they're down here at 800. So be careful if we are going to trade into a new range on Tesla. Just beware, okay? So if you hear someone on social media screaming...
We're just about 45 minutes now into the trading session. We continue to see the two-year yield backing away from yesterday's high of 1.53, currently at 1.53%.
Yeah, I don't think interest rates hurt the market either. I don't think the interest rates hurt the market. I agree with that statement, Mero. I don't think interest rates hurt the market. I think they lend volatility to the market. And I think when we don't know, when Bullard came out yesterday, that was intended to drop the market. Had nothing to do with anything else. I want you to look at this, though, if you're a Tesla bull, okay? So when you hear a Tesla bull saying, buy Tesla now, right where we are today, I can assure you that the real buyers are now even lower. They're down at 800. Like these buyers, these big bank buyers are waiting down here at 800. And this has been a change since last week. Just be conscious of that. Okay? Tesla gang, I love you. Just know that the real buyers are not here at 880. They are much lower now. They were at 880. That was the big wall of buyers was at 880, and they've now moved down to 800. Interest rates, by the way, raising cost of debt plus need to raise taxes eventually make their way to the market. Speed of change. Yeah, the question is more complex than we have to expand upon that too. We have to talk about debt cycles. We have to talk about QT. We have to also talk about, are they still pouring money into the system one way or another? There's always like the sneaky money that's coming into the market. Not into the market, well, into Main Street USA. And are they draining the liquidity out of the system too, right? Are they giving out loans to people? Doesn't matter if the rates are higher, but are they tightening the loans? Are they saying, well, you know, Joe Bob, by the way, just heads up, we've got some puts coming in currently. MU, March 18th, 500,000 P. We've got PayPal, February 11th, 118p. RSX, February 25th, 22p for $119,000. QQQs, February 11th, 356p, $405,000, $105,000. LCID Lucid, February 11th, 28p, $40,000. SPY puts, February 11th, 447p. Be conscious of this Tesla chart here because this isn't looking good for Tesla. Not a good looking chart. ARK K puts, March 25th, 72.5p. CCL puts, February 11th, 23p. UAL calls. I see UAL puts and calls, I think, out there. If you're a bull, you don't want to see extra put flow today. RK puts, March 25th, 72.5p, $460,000. SPY calls, February 11th, 452C for $38,000. UAL, more calls coming in. February 11th, 48C, $60,000. Then iTub, March 18th, 5C, $26,000. Algos are now on 450p. There's 50,000 contracts on 450p. I'm going to keep my eyes on those. They're now basically $2.50. They're going up now. God, puts suck. No offense. Let's see if we're drilling down here. Got sellers swooping in from above at the 450 mark and at the 449.20 mark. So we know we've got hidden sellers above at 450. We already know that that's a resistance area from the talk that we had earlier. That 4,500 is an area of resistance. Take a look at that up here. You can see these bands. These are hidden sellers that are just hiding above, waiting to take some shorts here. Same above here.
On the situation at the Canadian border, Ambassador Bridge protesters reportedly have agreed to open one lane of traffic between the U.S. and Canada.
Oh. Who the real sellers are. Real sellers are at 454.
There's a court hearing scheduled for later today on
453.
removing demonstrators.
Real sellers are above 453. So that makes sense, right? For the spot gamma report, where the sellers are on this market. First resistance is kind of light. So we're going to sell the top. So we'll be selling 450s and buying down below at, let's see. going to buy down below or sell here. We're going to be selling here, right? And buying. See where the real buying is. Kind of sloppy down below here. SPY puts February 11th, 449p, $118,000. It's all traffic here. $445. So S1 looks like it does have some decent support. You can see it right here. 445 flat. Yeah, it looks like we've got the sellers just sitting above. We've got, see this band of sellers here? Looks like they just swoop in from 453, right? They just feed the selling at 450. So every time we trade up to 450, they're selling the 450. So if you're going to take a short, you'd take it anywhere between 450 and 453. And you'll hold it down to 445. There is some buyers down below at 445. So we should be trading sideways for the rest of the day. And you can trade the tops and bottoms. It's not a lot of spread there, is there? Looks like we traded it. So we traded as high as 451.60, and we just traded down to 448.24. I think we can trade lower. We can trade deeper. Catch yourself a low of the day, a high of the day, and go long and short in each rip and sell. Says Facebook's dumping. Then we'll have some talking here. We're going to talk about. Oh yeah, Facebook dump. Well, let's look at today. What do you guys see happening right now? Can you guys tell me what you're seeing in the market right now? XLV is catching a bid again. Looks like the same story as before, right? So they priced in 25 basis points, 3 rate hikes. So now they're saying price in 50 basis points. And what happened when we sold off before, while we were pricing in the 25 basis points, we watched all of speculative growth sell off, right? You guys remember that happening? We watched deeper selling in RK products. We watched deeper selling in anything that was speculative growth. You can see it somewhat in Tesla today. So you'll be expecting hits in those companies. And you're going to be expecting companies to catch a bid like, utilities. You're going to be... you'll see like utilities, hospitals. You'll see companies maybe like Home Depot do well. Construction, like some construction stuff like tires, like Winky was saying. Anything that people have to buy, consumer defensive, consumer staples, hospitals, utilities should be green on the day.
UK Defense Minister Wallace saying they had constructive and frank talks with the Russian Defense Minister.
We'll look right now. So like restaurants are up today. Specialty goods are up today. Travel is up today. Home improvement is up today. Energy is up today. Utilities are up today. Aerospace and defense for the war, right, is up today. Healthcare is up today. Healthcare is up today. Believe it or not, financials are up today. But anything today that's like tech, speculative growth tech, software. I'm surprised software is down. They should be up because they don't rely upon too much speculation. But semiconductors are down. Internet content and information, communication services like Facebook, Google, flat are down. Surprisingly, Amazon is down today. I'm actually surprised they're down today, but the portions of the market that are green are looking like defensive type stocks. MERN is up today. mRNA is up 2.85%. So just be consider that. Also, we got T puts, 916.25p, 2 times by $2.3 million golden tickets. XLF calls right now, February 18th, 41C. And financials should be up. So if you see financials up and consumer defensive up, it means they're not selling the market. It means there's rotation going on right now in the market. So they're rotating into defensive plays, and they're not selling the market. No, I try to keep track of. So when I see large put blocks come in, there's a couple things that I try to do. So I try to look towards, I try to use them as a gauge for the protection that's being put on by banks, not retail. So there's a lot of defensive positioning right now in small caps by banks. That's not, no matter what anybody else tells you, right? Now, they took those puts when we were up at, almost 460. So at 460 on SPY, they took puts against IWM, the protective puts, and we're now trading down lower, right, on the day. So they're in the green. And they want that protection. Then and all of a sudden, after those 3 days of those puts coming out, you've got Bullard out there talking shit about companies that make up the IWM, right? So we hear things in the news like it's all retail doing this, and the reality is that this protection has been put on every level we've traded up. We went from 420 to 430 and puts were bought. We went from 430 to 440, puts were bought. We went from 440 to 450 and puts were bought. And we traded down at every one of those levels. Like when we got to 460 or close to it, right? We traded down, we sold off. So they are protecting their investments and their trades at every level. And I don't understand the whole point. They were saying shit like, retail bought puts at 420. I don't think.
Spencer is saying that he heard clearly from the Russian government that they have no intention to invade Ukraine.
I've never seen puts. Or excuse me, I didn't see any retail buyers buying puts at 420. I saw retail buyers, or at least the one I'm trading with you guys. We shorted this market from the top. Let's be clear. We shorted from 480. So I don't know how anyone would think that, like, as a retail person, was buying puts down at 420. And then even on the way back up, we've been buying them on every rip. And they've printed every single time. I didn't buy them this time at 460. I didn't add, but I do have some at 440 and 442 for the 18th that I bought when we were at 441. And I had another set. I had like 420s for, I don't remember the date they were on, but I had like 420s, but I bought them on the highs. I bought them at like 451, and then we traded down, and those started to print. I didn't want to wait until March for those to print. Which is, I don't know, it's all kind of fucking odd. Like, I don't understand out there what you hear in the news and what is truly happening. It's not retail buying them. I know for a fucking fact that there ain't no retailer out there that bought, I don't know, I think it was like $30 million in IWM puts when we were at 460. That's a fucking bank of some kind out there doing that shit. So every time I get to a new level, put some protection on, right? We should have done that yesterday, and we didn't. And I forgot. That's my fault, ultimately, that I didn't grab more protection. I was more geared towards getting these I'm so focused on not losing these 440s and 442s that I'm just focused on those printing right now. And I should have bought more at 460. And I didn't. Sounds like CLF is cutting tons of costs. Super bullish in my view, but you listen to the call yourself and decide. Yeah, I'll put them on my list. They're on my list. It's a safe bet to buy CLF. That was a good buy this morning off the bell. 1934 already trading as high as 2072. SPY trading back up to that 450. Looking pretty freaking range bound, right? Just like yesterday. Just wrecking calls. VIX pile, just heads up that VIX is climbing. VIX now up $24. Tesla puts February 11th, 890p. Nvidia puts. Yeah, we need to get this we gotta knock this this VIX down here. I don't know. CLF, didn't it? I thought we were looking at the chart on CLF and it looked very supportive. Thought we were looking at on the 6 month there's a turn here. Looks like it was bought at 1581. That looks like some pretty high volume down there at 1581. Its long-term chart looks pretty damn good here. Like if I'm looking at CLF going back to December of 2021, it just bounced down here at 1581. It was bought. It's on a pretty decent projection here. It's not like going to the moon or anything. Just from a perspective of accumulation and distribution. I guess I can see your point. You can say that you'll be selling the high soon on it. I guess I see your point. You're saying that it's not out of its distribution phase yet. I want to be selling it at like 21 bucks and then rebuy again down here at 16 bucks. Possible. I get that point. I see that. I see that argument on CLF.
Before the President Biden met with his national security advisors in the Situation Room at the White House Thursday night to discuss Russia's ongoing military buildup around Ukraine and increased tensions.
Now, also be clear. I also want to be clear on IWM, right? So those IWM hedges are not going to print unless they get further put structure, right? So they're never going to print those unless we get more bad news. So just because you see those hedges doesn't mean they're getting printed. Calls on BA February 11th, 220C, AMD February 11th, 125C for $33,000 and $69,000. Roku calls April 14th, 200C. Nvidia calls February 18th, 280C, $162,000. And the bulls think that IWM is going to be trading up to, call it 214. I don't know though. So the price target in IWM is 214.55. There's a pretty big rotation going on. Is the point. The rotation is out of speculative growth and definitely into defensive.
UK Defense Minister saying UK troops sent to Ukraine for training purposes will return soon. Earlier, the Russian Defense Minister raised questions about those UK troops in Ukraine.
Yeah, Cleveland is a cool place.
The Senate Banking Committee to hold vote on Federal Reserve nominees on Tuesday, the 15th, at 2:15 Eastern Time.
RSX puts today is the so those RSX puts is that I don't believe you. Who made that comment on the Russia ETF? Aaron just said RSX puts today is a no confidence vote that Russia won't be invading news. That's a fair point. There's a ton of those puts out there right now. I've been buying and selling calls on SPY right now. So you guys, I want to tell you guys something real. I want to be clear about something. If you guys are buying zero dates, do you see this band here, 447 or so, then 451? See how it's zigging up and down? You can only buy each push right now. Do not be holding any zero dates today for the whole entire day. The market makers and dealers are burning the value in them. So if you're in some right now, on the next rip, if you're in puts or calls, if it rips or sells, take your money and run and wait until the next dip buy or top to sell. You should be in puts right now on the SPY, not in calls. You should be looking to sell puts probably at 448.83. And I'm going to be looking to enter calls be looking for some sort of buy. See the buyers down here, 448.11. See these sellers coming up here? If you are making money right now on your calls, right? Get the fuck out of them. You have to buy the dips and then sell the rips. Hold on here. Yeah, I'm watching it right now. I'm looking at CLF on the year chart. I like it on the year chart. Like I'm just looking at it on a year chart right now. Year chart is positive. But you can see the accumulation, distribution down. I'd probably say sell it soon. Makes sense. They sold it off of 21,777, right? So maybe just set an alert for like $16.50. Next time it comes down there, grab them again and trade them up. And in all honesty, it's in a giant fucking bull flag. Pretty big fucking bull flag here. Not gonna lie. Be real careful out there with zero dates. You should be buying and selling them as we go. Buying the dips, selling the rips. Yeah, ceiling is at 452, and we're breaking through right now. A little bit of the sellers hiding here at 450. We still have the ceiling above. Jason is correct. The sellers are still hiding up there. They look like they're not there, but they're there. They're being very sneaky right now. Yeah, selling calls and puts is great right now. I would think that Fly right now is printing nicely. A Fly at the close, yeah, or I guess not the close yesterday, but the open today would have been outstanding as well. I'm buying and selling calls. I'm not in anything at the moment, but I've bought 2 rips and sold. I've bought and sold 2 rips now. Joe Donut, are you in the live stream? Yeah, Jason just made a comment so he's looking for, which I agree with. You wait for a move higher and then you grab a short. You may wait for a nice fat dip and then you grab a long. Right now we're right on VWAP. Diddlin in the Midland. Tesla calls February 11th, 920C for $60,000. United Airlines calls, UAL calls been coming in all day long since the open. UAL. We'll look at UAL. Probably going to take a short here in just a little bit. MU calls March 18th, 105C. If we can get back up to 452, I will. Yeah, I saw tech calls come in yesterday. Are we coming into resolution of the triangle? I'll look up Roblox next for you. Are we coming into some resolution on the triangle? No, we're kind of in a place right now where I think we're going to reject up here. And we're going to trade lower. I think we get some rejection coming up. I think it's the rejection coming up, and then I think we trade down. We're going to be trading inside of this zone for some time. We're in negative gamma. We're below the volatility trigger. Even if we trade up to 453, I think we're gonna trade sideways and down into OPEX, and then you'll have one strong day. That's what I think. I think we trade sideways from here, right? From 453, we trade down from now into, let's say, next Wednesday. We have one nice strong fat day like Wednesday, Thursday, probably Thursday. And then we'll sell it down into OPEX. Hopefully I can get 442 on the sideways down trade. AMC is green today. SQ is green today. PayPal is green today. Piton looks like it's about to fall off a cliff. RK is up 3%. Uber, May 20th, 40C, $1.5 million. Zillow, February 11th, 56C, $29,000. NVIDIA, February 18th, 260C, $254,000. United Airlines just cranking. Looking at some resistance above here at $49.94. Price targets above of $50.96 and $51.91. More sellers still on PayPal. Sellers at 123.72. This looks like support here at 116, 110, and 100. It looks more like more selling. Real buyers are at 100 on PayPal. See what it looks like above. Well, you can move up on PayPal. Looks like the real sellers are above at 150. It's not a bad trade. You can get past 124.29. Looks like that's the price target for today. 124, 123.63. The market needs to flush to 4,300 to knock some sense into these boltards. Too funny. See if we can look and see what's going on with here. Indicators negative. More sellers again on Square. PayPal chart looks better than the SQ chart. Very light support here. Real buyers are down at 100. It looks like SQ is heavily shorted. That's the guess. I like the PayPal chart better. And then Roblox next. RBLX. Hey Damien, how are you, brother? How you been doing, Damien? Yep, Somali stock market. Yeah, I'll look at Sofi next. You guys, Mars bars. You like the compression of the mic? Yes, I do have compression on the mic. You can tell I've got compression. I've got all three of those going on. I've got the compression, the expander, and compressor, the expander, and whatever the other thing is. Mars bars knows exactly what Mars bars somehow knows something about audio engineering. He must. I've got compression and I've got a bunch of other stuff.
Canada, the Premier of Ontario has declared a state of emergency, threatening severe consequences for the protest in the province of Ontario. Premier commenting here on the border blockage by the truckers.
Dude, Canadians spent the last 4 years, acting like they're all better than the U.S., but right now they're looking just as dumb as us. Canadians are always bragging of how nice they are and how great everything is up there in Canada. And they look just like the U.S. Damien, how you doing, brother? Oh yeah, Damien saying Jimmy Jim once again 440 by the close. Yeah, we're gonna look at Sofi for you. I have an FM voice. So I used to my profession for a long time put me in contact with famous people and Hollywood types and that kind of stuff, producers and directors. And back in the day, I was constantly asked if I wanted to read audiobooks or try out, I guess, or something for speaking roles and stuff like that, or that I should take it up as a profession. And I always said no. Okay, so Roblox, $54. Wall of sellers up here. You'd need a news event to squeeze these sellers right now. You can see that there is a nice thick wall of sellers here. See how big this wall of sellers is? The other thing that you could do would be to wear out the sellers and then trade it higher. If you are in Roblox, it does look right now like it's, take your profit and wait for a move higher than 75.07. Otherwise, you'd be buying the dip down below at 55.49. I'm a fan of Roblox. If your outlook is 1, 2, 3 years, sure. I just buy it anywhere. If you get a problem with Canada Gooses, you get a problem with me. You know what's funny? uh, you guys are gonna hate me for this. So I don't hate Canadians. I've got a Canadian in the family, believe it or not. We have an actual Canadian in the family. But I make this joke. So my youngest daughter, we would see Canadian geese, and she asked me, what are those? And I told my youngest daughter, I said, those are illegal immigrants. They don't belong here. They belong back in Canada. And so I told her that for years and years and years and years, right? She doesn't know what an illegal immigrant is. She's like 4, 5, 6 years old. And one day we were at the park, and my daughter said to me, look, Daddy, it's illegal immigrants. And she was looking at some geese, and a lady and her daughter were so offended that I had taught my daughter that horrible, horrible joke that Canadian geese don't belong in the U.S. Now I'm fine with illegal immigrants. I want more immigration in this country, just to be clear. So I'm not that person at all. But of course, it was just a pun play with my kid. Probably shouldn't have done that. Wasn't one of my best moments to do that. Of course, I got the evil eye. Ooh, I like Sofi here. Like it a lot. Beautiful chart. More buyers than sellers. Gorgeous support down here. 13.18 down to $10. I'm from the West, so I'm used to. I have lots of Mexican friends. They've been here much longer than we have, but this was more of just a slight towards her uncle and my brother-in-law. Breaking balls. There's a large rotation. There's two things going on. Yeah, it's about geese. But of course, so the parents, what parents are right now, right? Parents are, there's always a fucking problem. And I'm, of course, the dad with the daughter. My wife's not there. It's just me. So, of course, I'm teaching my kid bad things. So IWM is up because there's rotation, number one. There's earnings, number two. If small and mid caps that are catching a bid for the rest of earnings. And then there are some highly shorted stocks that are catching a bid today. Do you guys understand why that happens right now? Does everybody out there know why that happens? I'm interested to know if you guys know why that happens. There's a risk-off portfolio management going on right now where beaten down stocks are being pumped in risk-off situations. I don't know if you guys knew that or not. There's rotation right now into consumer defensive and cyclicals, and then they have to replace risky bets, so they do this on beaten up stocks. I will find an article about it and show it to you guys. I'll post it on Twitter. If any of you guys don't know about that, that's what's happening right now. So you'll see stocks squeeze, shit stocks that shouldn't be squeezing, and they are. Not real shit stocks. I know some of you guys love them. This is a great play. Bring yourself up a chart for TAN, T-A-N, March 18th, 70C, $500,000. Great trade, by the way. TAN. It's been beaten down huge. BKR, 916, 33C, $278,000. ARK $28,000, Uber $30,000, all calls, right? ARK, Uber, CS, TAN, BKR, OTLY, NLOC has some calls on it. Piton's not participating in this right now. They already got their pump. Piton's a good example of that basket of trading. Like some of these funds, they have to have bonds, they have to have equities, defensive equities, and then they target shit stocks. They short them down, then they pump them up. I'll bring up an article about it right now. That's how they make money. When tech is selling off, when like Tesla's selling off and Apple is limp. Yeah, it's about geese. I just don't want you guys to think that I'm racist or anything like that. I'm not. Yeah, I gotta play inside games as a parent. Yeah, like inside games with my kids. Yeah, so I like Sofi. I will bring up an article on. I'll bring up an article on how they do this. I've got some of these articles inside. I'm like one of my bookmarks somewhere that talks about the pumping of shorted stocks when tech is going down or not performing. In their basket, they'll keep like baskets of shitty stocks that they short, and they turn around and they'll pump them up on days where we're in risk off. Hold on here, we're gonna probably take a trade here in just a second. Looking to take a trade here soon. Getting closer. Calls on HES March 18th 95C, Piton February 11th 37C, SPY February 11th 449C, puts on CPNG 819 17.5 for $1.1 million. I'll bring up the article for you guys. It's fascinating. It is fascinating to see how they manipulate shit stocks. You might love them, but in their viewpoint. Okay, so February 11th, heads up that there's a bunch of interest on February 11th. 452C, 75,000 contracts on the SPY. Now I've seen on Fridays, I've seen like concentrations on calls that still get burned. Just be conscious of that. 452C, there's 70 cents right now. I'm trading back up into VWAP right now. Calls are now at 78 cents. Some bears stepping in. Might get a nice rip out of this. VIX has just been hanging around 24. Just a heads up to previous Fridays, we've had VIX blast off into the bell. I think that the idea is that if we blast it off into the bell, that we sell it down on Monday. We've had some bad Mondays though too, right? When we've blasted off on Fridays. See if we can keep trading higher here to 452. Calls are now up to 82 cents, 81 cents. Looks like those sellers are still hiding up there at 452.62 or so. Now 85 cents. Yeah, some put buyers jumping in on the other side quietly. Oh, they're really fucking around right now. There's some algorithms just pinning this shit. They're jumping in and out trying to pin the market right now. These guys are fucking dickheads. Fucking algorithms trying to park this shit right into a 450 for the bell. Fucking, oh god, these algorithms sometimes, they suck so bad. All right, I'm out again. So as we were trading up just then, an algorithm came in, just slammed with like 80,000 contracts for like 2 minutes, and just stopped the move higher, and then pulled the bid, not the bid, but the actual contracts, bottom, sold them. My assumption is that this is for a larger trade for OPEX today. WKRP. Yeah, Sneaky Pete's. Yeah, what time does Europe close again? Is it 11:30 or is it 2 o'clock? I always forget. I didn't check Europe today as well. Yeah, I heard the Europe was ripping and then bleeding off today. I haven't checked the European markets yet today. Thanks, Henry, for the heads up. There's a lot of AMD calls coming in today. There's a lot of interest in those AMD calls. Yeah, I've been trading since 2012 in one form or another. 2012, I think. Not actively trading. I've only been like day trading. Like I started out with investing, and then I moved to swing like 1 to 3 months out, shit like that, and then I went to active day trading probably 6 years ago. Yeah, Europe closed in 30 minutes. Europe closed in another 25 minutes. Europe closed 25 minutes. Yeah, we were shit posting last night. We saw that we saw futures were selling off to like 50%, and we started shit posting about the market doom and gloom in the middle of the night because because it's all the bears were on fire last night. So we started creating a bunch of shit to smear to throw on the walls. And dude, all those posts got picked up by everybody and just shared all over the internet. It was wild. And all it was for Prince in the overnight. For everyone just wanted Prince in the overnight. So of course the algos pick up on we're gonna have a rate hike today at 6 a.m. And then they think we're having an emergency Fed meeting. Yeah, there was a yeah, of course it was hilarious. That shit wasn't staying down overnight like that. There was no fucking way. I was hoping that it would hold. I was like, I think at one point I posted, I was like, if we hold 8 or 0.8% down or 1% down in the overnight, that shit's gonna slingshot to the moon on the open. There was no way. Yeah, that was a whole scam yesterday. That was all the trading yesterday was built around market manipulation. All right, so someone just rebought those 452s. They're down to 54 cents. So now that we've got 80,000 contracts on them, this is disgusting. This is all very disgusting here. So I'm going to try to buy those again. I feel so dirty and filthy. We got 20 minutes. But we'll let it dump a little bit here, and then we'll grab a bottom. Oh, it was everybody. There was so many scams, shit going on. From the market to social media. It was all scams. And then I want to know who the fuck. I want to know who in a firm had a long position, a giant long position, and just wanted out before the bad news was dropped. Somebody scammed that whole thing. The whole Uber thing was a scam, Uber and Lyft. That was all a scam. And you don't see any true news come out about it today. Like, you want the SEC to get involved in something? Yesterday was a huge. I'm not buying this dip yet, by the way. I don't think this dip is done. There was scams all over the internet yesterday. Dude, if we can get 445, that would be baller. Yeah, there's the whole thing is a scam. Like yesterday was a complete and utter fucking scam. And then they're like, well, we're gonna go after these stock pumpers on Twitter, and I'm like, fuck the stock pumpers on Twitter. Find out who the fuck pulled that shit yesterday. And then you see Bullard. Bullard did that yesterday for money. If you guys think Bullard did that yesterday to knock the market down because of like some kind of like altruistic reason, that fucking guy used to be always bearish, and then he got super bullish last September, I think, or October or November sometime. And we were expecting him to speak, and he came out and just was like uber bull, and the market shot up, and they found out once they all got caught. Once they all got cut, we've got some puts rolling in right now. Heads up, this is not your dip if you didn't know. So my point is that, you know, even that guy pissed off a lot of bears because like he's their guy. And, you know, he came out super bullish, and then afterwards when they found out they were all holding shit, you see that you know, he was holding fucking longs in the market. So does it to me, a firm is selling off heavily. Firm down to $50.76. Firm, what does the firm have? Heads up right now, okay, guys. You see these sellers stepping in right now in 449. Just be careful here. If you're a bull, okay, be super duper careful here. Firm selling off heavily, down 13%. NVIDIA puts, SPY puts, IWM puts. Russia trading down slightly. RSX. Piton fell off a cliff. Fuck you, Piton. Square selling off. We talked about that, right? Square did not look pretty. Its chart. Square now selling off. Everybody's trapped. GT still selling off. Down to $16. I'm going to want to buy that at some point. Keep my eyes out on GT. IWM rolling over as well. Trap bulls everywhere. Gotta trap them. You got bulls just trapped. Let me know when the euro closes. Yeah, well, I told you that chart looked like shit, right? It's selling off now. Thanks for subscribing, Larry. Oh, you guys, let me get you guys a link to the Discord. Anybody wants to join the Discord, I'll grab a link. They expire. I don't know why. Edit invite link. Oh, I see. I can do it so it doesn't expire. Ooh, never. Okay, generate new link. Copy. Now we'll just put one that doesn't expire inside of the videos. Put it inside the description next time. The Discord link, we got a great community. All right, there we go. SPY should have a price target below of 445 currently. So if you're in puts, let's see if we can find that price target below. You're looking currently for 445. We may or may not get there. It's a big move. There is some ice down below support here at 448. But if you want to get super duper bearish right now, you're going to look for a target down below of 445, it looks like. That's where major support is. You can kind of see it right here. Kind of weak support. We are on a major support right now. You can see this big green peak right now. So we'll see if we actually trade down from here or not. But if this does break, if you see this green here, see this big green mountain, if you see this disappear at any point, then you should see us trade down to, and we've got a wall of sellers above currently. Some weakness in the market. Your price target below will be 445. And if you're not short right now, you're going to be looking for grabbing short again above here. We're going to turn the room into a bear room for a little bit. We're going to get bearish. We're going to sell, 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 sell. Sell, 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 sell. Sell it all. You guys are in the Discord? Right on, right on. Trap them. $445s are only 70 cents right now. I might buy some of those. Hold on here. I'll buy some puts. Give me a second here. I'll play with the puts. Let's see if we get a little snapback, and then we'll wait for a snapback here, and then I'll buy some more. See if we can get, where are we at here? Where are we at? 44891. Yeah, if we can pull up a little bit, I'll grab some more puts. Some puts. Some dip buyers stepping in. I don't think these are the right dip buyers, though. I don't think they know that we've got sellers in the market. I'm not going to give you guys the calls right now because I don't believe. I think we're going to pump it to like right here. This 448. 90 or so, and then we're going to start selling again. So just make sure you get right positioning. If you want to take this short, they might pump it up. And so if they pump it up briefly, grab short again. Unless this wall disappears, we're going down, I guarantee it. AFRM CEOs on CNBC. What the fuck are they saying? I think this has more to do with the euro close than anything. I don't think this has to do with anything that's in the news. Price target below 445. Those puts are currently 72 cents, but you might want to wait. Just give it a minute. Let them come down a little bit. Timing is key. Look for a trade higher to this, to right here, this 448.91 or so. There's a wall here of sellers at 448.50 as well. Somewhere in here. Looking to grab some puts. Timing is key, especially on puts. More important than calls. Because they only pay 1-to-1. You gotta wait. You gotta time them perfectly. That initial rip down, if you want to be bearish, you're normally a bull. You're waiting for that first dip down. You wait for to pull back up again, right? You're gonna wait for it's like this sentiment, right? So you're gonna see the original short pay off right here. They cover their shorts, and then somewhere right up in here, we're gonna look for rejection. And bulls are like, yeah, we're going up. In reality, there's a bunch of sellers up there just waiting. This is the one that pays off usually too. This one, this leg down usually is the one that pays off handsomely. Yeah, there's sellers hiding right here. 448.92. And they're now down to 60 cents. Might grab some right here. Come up just a little bit more. A little bit more. Right there. No, I'm not buying them for that much. I want them at like 54 cents. 54 cents, asshole. I want them cheaper. IWM puts, Tesla puts, PFE puts, SPY puts, RKLB, Rocket Lab puts. Looks like that Rocket Lab put is against what's the Astra, right? Sympathy puts. AMC, more calls. BAC. AMC's been pumping all day long, right? Pump room shit. All you bulls think you're going to win here, don't you? I'm on 445p. I've got an order in for 54 cents. $4.45p. Come on down. CLF calls 225, 21.5C, $38,000 by 2. Yeah, I'm not getting a fill on these puts. It hasn't come down low enough for me. I got rules when I buy these things. I want them cheap. If I can't get them cheap, then I'm not getting in on them. Calls on Uber 520, May 20th, 37.5C, $360,000. CLF, though, that's a high algo score on those calls. Those are February 25th, 21.5C. More Affirm puts. The firm just getting hammered. Come on, SPY. Come on down, baby. Sell it down to 445 for daddy. Firm's just going to the depths of hell. Just a note on Affirm that the bottom was 48.35. Be interesting to see if it breaks through support. We'll bring up Affirm right now and see if there's real support or not. AFRM, because that could be a pretty serious or a significant drop for Affirm. Because they're trying to pound Affirm right now. What's going on, bulls? I thought you were gonna break through 449. What happened to that breakthrough? Because I've been watching the options chain all morning. So let's say it's Friday and you have a 0 date option that's expiring on Friday, and today's Friday, it's 9:30. And the option you're interested in, let's say it's worth $1. the market makers typically want that option to be worth 1 penny, right, or 0 pennies by the close. So you'll see them pump and dump throughout the course of a day, and at the same time eventually lose value. So let's say they start at $1, any option. Let's say they start at $1, then they pump to $1.20. When they pull back, they'll go down instead to $1. They'll go to like 90 cents, and they'll pump up to $1, and they'll go down to 80 cents, and they'll pump to 90 cents, and they'll go down to 70 cents, then they'll go to 80 cents, and they'll go to 60 cents, and they'll go to 70 cents, and they'll go to 50 cents, as an example. And then eventually, at the end of the day, they're worth a penny, right? Or 0 cents. So you have to know the baseline of the value of that, of whatever intrinsic value is left in that option, so that you're buying at the right time. Tesla calls February 18th, 905C, $819,000. Misfit, MSFT, March 18th, 320C, $220,000. So if you're playing zero dates, it's a very serious thing, right? You'll hear talk about like zero dates are meant for, or arbitrage is meant for, like Wall Street bettors and kids and stuff like that. But if you take it seriously, there's a lot of money to be made on these trades, like 50% in about 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 300% sometimes in 15 minutes. So I watch them very closely and try to see when they become cheap again. And what you're doing is you're like a vampire. You're going in the mechanics of the options chain, and you're not manipulating, but you're taking advantage of slippage, which is the same thing the market makers do in dealers. They do the same shit. They do it to you out there. So that's all I'm doing, is I'm skimming off the top. So you're the guy that's holding that option all day long. Let's say you're like holding it from 9:30 to 4 p.m. And there's people going in there and stealing money, the value away from that option. Plus you've got people that have those selling and buying those options in spreads and complex strategies. So they're vampires sucking the value of those options, like the sellers and the buyers. And then you got the dealers, and then you've got some arbitrage traders like me. I go in there and I take your money too. Because you're the guy that's just holding them all day long. Here's my speech on why zero dates are not complete degenerate behavior. That's only if you know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, you're going to get burned 99% of the time. If you do know what you're doing, it's not so bad. It actually pays quite well. Key is not to be like, if you spend $1,000 and you make 10 grand, don't go all in on 10 grand, because you're going to have a rate of failure on those, like you're going to fail like 3 to 5 times. So you got to make sure that a bunch of them count for big rips. AFRM's still on some kind of support here. It's not the best short here, believe it or not. 49.33. We're going to short it down to $48. And you got $45 below that. Not the best short out there. It's better. You got firm support pretty much at $48, $45. See this wall of buyers right here at $45? So I guess, yeah, take it for $5. There are better shorts out there than that, though. Way better shorts. The big move already happened. So we are down below VWAP right now. trading lower. That's a good question too, Mero. We should talk about this stuff today. Yeah, there's a selling program on right now. We should talk about this stuff today. So I used to, there's a bunch of rules, like there's a bunch of shit, right? We know sell program, buy program, where we are on the charts, where's the interest. Often it's best to trade where most of the interest is, even on the SPY. You want to trade where they're buying back and forth. I will always watch the bots all day long to see if they're, like, let's say today, right now, look right now. The bots are bouncing in between. Now the bots were on 445s. Now they're gone. Now they're sitting on 448 P, right? And it's going to get tighter as the day moves on, what they're sitting in. And there's bots sitting on 452C. Now those calls are only worth 32 cents. Right now, I think they're using it so the market just doesn't fully fucking collapse at the moment. I think there's a pin in the market intentionally right now. But anyways, point is this. So usually I'll be within like 2 to 3 strikes within the money. And then if you watch them every single day of the week, you'll know when they're cheap and when they're expensive. Like an example would be at the end of a day on Monday, at the end of that expiry, you'll see like three strikes away on a call. If they're worth like $2 or so on the SPY, it doesn't matter where the price is. If they're like worth like $2, $3, they're pricey. They'll come down to like 60 cents on Tuesday at some point for Wednesday expiry. So I'm always looking into the close to see if they dump down to 60 cents real quick or not on a Monday, or if they're still crazy high, I'll then wait and know to buy them on Tuesday for like 60 cents. So like you'll see consistent pricing no matter where we are in the market on 0, 1, 2, and 3 dates. And so the longer you just watch the chains, the more familiar you become with what they should be priced at. And then you'll also see premium kicks on these options. You'll see you'll see SPY trading down, but the price of SPY is going up. And no one will tell you, nothing out there can tell you that except for watching the chains. So you'd be like, oh, there's a bunch of interest coming into these calls right now, and nobody out there knows it. And so it's like a sneaky Pete in the background. The banks are loading up on these calls, knowing that the market's going to shift. And so they're the first ones in, and then they move the market, and you don't know why they're moving the market, but they know. Well, the banks do, and the HFTs know that they're going to move the market. I should write all this stuff down and post it. So my feeling is the 452s, they're going to kill them. Like right now, the 452s are now 28 cents. They're very cheap right now, but I have a feeling they're going to kill the call side and they're going to print the put side today. That's what it looks like currently. That's all subject to change. And they're already printing. They've printed 450s, 449s, 448s on the put side. They've printed all 3 of these so far on the put side. And there's like 3 more stacks. There's a 447, 446, 445. It looks like they want to print those as well. And we're going down. See that? Fucking sickos. These high frequency traders, man. These are like computer programs, and these are banks that want to print certain numbers on OPEXs. We're printing down now. You guys see that nice fat print coming in? Yeah, no, I sell options too. I used to sell a lot of options when I owned stock. And I don't own any more stock right now currently. I'm not an owner of stock right now. And I do trade butterflies, condors, broken wings, stuff like that. But the way the market is right now, I think the risk level is too high generally for sellers and of sellers of calls and puts. I don't like the swings in the market right now. And I used to trade futures, but I don't like carrying that much weight around, getting upside down. So right now my risk level is low. I don't normally trade. So matter of fact, this is crazy. I just moved a bunch of money out of one brokerage or into one brokerage account into a different brokerage account to exclusively trade zero dates. And I'm actively seeking stocks to buy right now, though. So I've got that going on too. I just haven't been comfortable. I don't like telling I don't like telling any of you guys that I think we're going lower, because I do. I think we're going. I think we haven't hit bottom yet in the market for this year. So, but I don't want to push that viewpoint on anybody. I do think we'll see 420 again and probably at least 390 again. So before I buy anything, I don't feel like actively managing stocks right now until that happens. But I'm not, I'm frozen. Yeah, so I'm not trying to, it's hard right now, Miro. I used to NVIDIA puts across the board, IWM puts across the board. I used to trade safer. And right now it's hard to trade safer. Like, I mean, I don't know. That's not the right viewpoint either to say that. Like, I think it's safer right now to trade. Way more for me. It's safer for me to trade. I don't like the idea of selling options right now, calls or puts. I think it's dangerous. I think Theta Gang's gotten fucked the past couple months. Am I still frozen? I never thought that I would be in this position either, where I'd be trading 0 dates, 1 dates, 3 dates. But like, you can't swing or trade right now. You can't actively buy stock right now. In my view, I think that's super risky. I think, yeah, like I think this is a day trader's paradise right now. More so than ever any time in the past, or that I can recall recently. And the VIX being elevated like it has been, I don't know. For me, it's dangerous. Yeah, this is a day trading. I've never in my life traded more 0 dates than recently. When you're talking huge swings in the market, just ridiculous. Oh yeah, how's that SPY short going right now? Any you guys jump in on those puts? When you guys jump in on those 445 puts? Can you guys take that trade? Did you guys take that trade? Those 445s are now 92 cents. Yeah, it's not easy. I don't know how people are making it right now, Mir. I'll be honest with you. I don't know how people are making money right now. This is the toughest trading that's been going on. This has not been easy. Yeah, selling Tesla puts on days like Tuesday has been nice, yeah. Yeah, like, let's think about that, right? Like Tesla, dude, was trading. Tesla's like, just imagine I agree that you can make a ton of money on Tesla puts right now, but then I'm on like I watch Tesla every day, and I'm like, man, every day I'm thinking like one of these days they're gonna drop it. Like in the next month, I could easily see Tesla dropping to 750. Easy. So that I'm like, I can't sell puts on Tesla. We're trading down now. Look for 446.39 as a level of support. You see this ice down here. I want you to be careful of this ice. If you're in put positions right now, you can take the money and run, and then re-enter down to 445. Just be conscious if you're in a put position right now that we're coming into a level of support. Okay, they'll snatch those 0-day puts are only good for the direction, for the time of the move. Okay, that shit'll snap back, and your puts will be worthless. So just we got more puts coming in right now. SPY 211 450 P, $370,000. But you take your money and run here, and then you re-enter again. But like you make your trade. I mean, like let me ask you guys a question. So like this past week, okay? So Mira was just asking some questions like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? So I just so in the past 3 or 4 weeks, I've made trades on 5 or 6 tickers at least, right? And it's been brutal. Like you got to stay in them for days, weeks, for 20, 30%. And then the way the market's moving, let's say you got to stay in that trade for a month to 3 months. This fucking market's been all over the place. So you might not even get a print. It's like 100% print, right? So I can go into SPY right now and not fuck around with individual tickers. I'm following all of them, right? I want to know the impact on SPY. And then the other problem is there's no liquidity right now. So there's no buyers or sellers for what you want to get into. So, or out of when it's time to get out of them. So you're kind of locked into these trades. So for me right now, I can go into the SPY and make a fast 30% literally in minutes. We saw that trade up high the other day, right? We went up fucking 50 points overnight. We knew we were going up huge. We're going to gap up overnight. We weren't guessing that we were going to gap up overnight. So, if you watch the SPY all day long right now, you can make some serious money against anything else out there. Like you guys can look at 16,000 tickers and be like, "Oh, look, SQ is squeezing today." Or, "Oh, look, Affirm is squeezing today." Or, "Oh, look, Astra is squeezing today." But the chance of you being in that stock as it squeezes is 1 out of 100. 1 out of 100. And then you hear someone else say, "Oh, I was in that trade," and all those, but you weren't, right? And you ever notice that you typically you're not in those trades? So my point behind that is that every day I can go into the SPY. Most days, SPY, I can go in there and I can make guaranteed 20, 30, 100%, 80% or whatever. And I don't have to trade my entire account. It's not like I'm going in here and trading $100,000 every whack and burning $1 million account. I'm trading with $1,000 to $10,000 per trade. And that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And you don't have to take every single one of these trades, right? You just take one a day, one that you know is going to print, and then you walk away. So I just told you guys to close your positions, right? So you should have closed your fucking puts. Right? Welcome. And that's a living. You make that trade once a day, once a week. You could be sitting, I mean, and then there's the other thing. Right now, currently, you're stuck in some calls that you're upside down in, or they're flat, and you're waiting for them to move in your direction. Meanwhile, all the interest in your calls. So let's say all the news breaks out on SQ. Hey, SQ's got news coming out tomorrow. It's gonna be awesome sauce. And then no news comes out on SQ, and you're loaded up on calls. And then all the like the new shiny object for kids. They're like, oh, now we're going to go look at PayPal. And you're like, whoa, come back here into SQ. Shine the light on me right now because I'm locked into SQ. And you're like, shit, they're not coming back. And then they don't come back for like a month. And then all of a sudden you get more interest in SQ and your calls finally print or whatever it is you're doing. You guys can make money on other shit too. Like you go to like Clorox and shit like that. You guys put on some condors on like, you guys find some stocks that never fucking move. And you just throw some fucking butterflies on those things, you can sit back and make 20% in a week. Easy. Just lay back and chill. Now me, I love all the action of the stock market. I like knowing everything that's going on in the stock market. I like the interplay with all of you out there. I like the interplay on Twitter. I like the action. I like the risk. I like, this is what I like to do. This is my life. This is my job. This is all I do, right? I don't have a job or anything like that. I'm not a professional, but I make my living by trading this market, right? That's what I do. You guys take your money and run, right? Hey, Joey, I saw you couldn't get on. Hell yeah. Sizing, risk management is all critical. You guys can do basic math equations at home and figure out how many times you have to print. Like when you guys only taking 20, 30% off a trade, you got to win like 9 out of 10 of those. So out of those 9 out of 10, you have to have at least 1 or 2 bangers, if not 3 bangers. Right? You could take just 1 trade a week and just know it's going to be a banger. You just watch the market for 5 straight days and be like, I'm waiting for that 1 trade this week. That 1 trade, I'm going to go all balls deep in on it. And just sit here with me. You could sit here with me 5 days a week, right? Not make 1 trade. And I know that some of you follow me and interact with me day in, day out, every single day, right? We're always chatting with each other. So I know that you could just sit in here all day long, and I guarantee at least 1 point in this week, you could make 1 trade that you know is going to print fucking fat. Because I know we do. I know we have some killer trades in here. We just had one. So we do have some killer trades in this room. So you just be patient. And look for the next trade. You don't have to enter every single trade. You don't have to always be in a trade. Sometimes just kick back, listen in, drink a beer, whiskey, whatever it is you do. Fuck around on Twitter. Keep my voice on in the background. And, if you hear me start talking about, look at this trade right here, look at that trade right there. And then as soon as all this volatility calms down, right, as soon as the Fed gives a roadmap and there's less volatility, we'll start trading a basket of stocks. I was thinking about this morning too. Mara was mentioning it. Do we ever sell options? And I'm like, I was thinking about it this morning because I'm like, I got to start talking to you guys about that stuff. But right now is not the right time to be talking about that stuff. For me, at least, it isn't. Right? You have a swing here. Let's look at the last month, right? We've had a range this whole month from 420 to 460. That's brutal. Like, that is straight brutal. That's some gnarly shit. Gnarly. Straight gnarly. It's gnarly. Remember back in the day, not the back in the day, but the last 2 years, you could have bought that dip at 420. Just ride that thing all the way up. All-time highs. Boom. Instead, we trade from 420 for 1 day. We have a Vanna rally for 1 day. We used to have them for 3 days. 1 day Vanna rally, not even a true Vanna rally. It was just short covering. Then we traded down the next day. Then we traded up the next day. Then we traded down for 3 days. Then we traded up for 3 days. Then we traded sideways and up for a day. to 460. We sold the world down for 3 more days, traded sideways for 3 days. Then we did a gap up overnight, right? And we're all like, woo, fist pumping. And now we're selling down again. This is insane. This is insanity. This is pure insanity. Pure insanity right now. I'd be scared to death. Like, let's go take this further. You know, you see Meet Kevin getting out of the market? No one expected that. Right? The guy's got what, $20-30 million in the line? I don't blame him. Like the panic that guy must be feeling right now is big. You know, I don't know that I agree with everything he's saying right now, but the guy's got legitimate reason for wanting to protect his wealth. I don't blame that guy for wanting to protect his wealth. I don't blame it. I don't blame him one single bit. No need to be giving it away right now. If we make all-time highs, he can get back in the market long. He doesn't need all this he doesn't need to make anything in the market from here to 480. And he would still be as good. He'd be just right back where he started when we started selling the market off. So what does he do? He misses a little bit of the market. That's fine. To sleep every night, like with not panicking every single night and sweats. Like, shit, are we gonna sell off in the middle of the night? Like, shit, we're gonna have this moment in the market where we fucking, you know, this stupid sell off where you're never recovering. You're literally not going to financially recover from losing $15 million. Fuck that. Fuck that. Turn the Meet Kevin channel show off. Keep your money. Take a vacation. Chill. And then come back to the market when all this volatility is over. Like, that guy he doesn't have no need. I don't know. What's his name? I forget his name. Yeah, I mean, if anything, he's teaching a lesson to buy the dippers. If anything, he's teaching a hard lesson to buy the dippers, that we're not in Kansas anymore. When this market will go up, we will be green on the year. There'll be a moment where we're not in volatility, but he's teaching a hard lesson to people that want to stay profitable. And I'm shocked at that. You know, that guy didn't have to do that. Guy, I'm telling you right now, that guy could have sat here, right, and bought every fucking dip. And even if it sold down, he could have not bought the dip and said he was buying the dip, right? And then he could have a pity party when the stock burns every day. Just do those videos and make bank off just that right there. And he's not doing that. So I give him a lot of respect for what he's doing right now. I used to not like him, and I have a lot more respect for him than I ever did. All right. Let's see if this is a real dip buy. Looks like it, doesn't it? I don't see the sellers up here. I ain't seeing the sellers. I mean, and then the worst part is all of his compadres out there. He's got like a bunch of people that mimic him out there on YouTube. Like they try to be the other Kevin or whatever. Some of them try to sound smart. Some of them try to look more sleazy, and they're all pissed off at him because they're probably, you know, because it's fucking with their jam, right? They don't care if the market goes up or goes down. They're just selling a dream to everybody, right? So now they're all pissed off at him. They can go get fucked. Every single last one of them. Yeah, we're trading up higher now, right? I don't see any sellers here either. No, you're not looking for re-entry on puts right now. It's true, right? Yeah, Kevin Pathgraph. Yeah, that's true too, Henry. I agree with that on the wash sale rule. I used to not like him a lot. I used to be really offended by him because I felt like I felt like like a lot of what there's a whole bunch of shit why I didn't like him, but I gotta give you gotta give it to the guy right now. You have to, because you never would have expected. Some people are like, well, he's gonna get in trouble for pumping stocks or something. He ain't getting in no trouble by anybody. I give him a lot of respect for that right now. I can change my viewpoint on people. He's teaching a good lesson to investors and start getting some he's got a large audience of people that can listen to him. He's probably saving a lot of accounts in the long run. We're out there, right? We think we're the best and we're savvy and all that. We used to make fun of him, and because of what was going on, right? And then all of a sudden he says, "Nope, not anymore." You have to give him a minute there to at least some credit there. You have to give him some credit. Can't just always beat people up. And rightfully so. He deserved the mockery, but not for what he's doing right now. And the mockery that he's getting is from fucking not sycophants. They're like scumbags. And that give really bad advice. That was a nice trade, right? That was a nice little trade down. I didn't take the trade up here. I want to see what happens here. So I might take a long here. Wait and see what happens. I don't know that I'd take a short here. Let's look closer and see. $446. No, I don't think it's going that low. Maybe. Still that buyer's resting down at 445. Tesla calls. Marvel calls. Marvel, MRVL, 318.75C. 500,000. MU, high algo score. So what we should do is, for me, I think it's March 18th. I think the first round of stocks, the time we can buy stock, is probably March 18th. Once we're done with FOMC, and we better get clarity. This is the one thing. This is the last part of this whole conversation too about stocks. Until we get some clarity, right? We can't buy. I don't think you can invest in this market. I think that you need to have the Fed definitively say, this is what we're doing. I'll tell you what, if the fucking Fed says something stupid like, inflation's transitory and we're not raising rates or anything like that, anything that isn't concrete, like this is what we're doing, I think it's risky. The market's risky. Now, I do think if they tell you, if they ever came out and said we're not doing anything in March, this market's going to go to fucking all-time highs. Like same day. That shit'll take like 3 days. We will blast the fuck off to the top, guaranteed. If they post anything kind of stroker bullshit, that shit ain't happening. So they better come out with something in March. Market's been fucking waiting. All right, SPY calls February 11th. This looks very bullish right here. February 11th, 447C. Those are $2.26 right now. I'm probably going to grab some 450s. XLF puts. Now they're at 79 cents right now. So I'm going to look for them to be about 60 cents to 65 cents if I can catch them somewhere down in here. There's currently 77 cents. We'll see if we can get them a little bit cheaper. I don't think I'm going to get them cheaper. Some light XLF and SPY puts coming in and QQQ puts coming in. XLF, I already told you about those. Those are April 14th, 40p. And then SPY 211 for 445p for $65,000. The SPY calls were $211,000 versus the 65, and then some QQQs puts. Those are February 16th, 351p for $260,000. Oh, figuring out money's in there? Hey, Mike, how are you? How's it going? How you doing, Mike? Everything's going well. Sorry I wasn't reading the chat. I was paying attention to the chains real quick. The options chains. It's going well today. We've taken we took a short. We took a couple quick 0 dates, and then we took that quick short down into the European close. And now we're looking to find out. I think this is going to be one of those quiet days. Yeah, if you guys haven't tuned in to Figuring Out Money, it gives great market overview and the direction of the markets every single night, 5 nights a week. Do you see the rotation taking place in the market today, Mike? So we're kind of diddling in the middle right now. Mike probably knows that. We need some movements. We need to get it. We need to get above 460 or below 435 for a market direction. You did take long on XLU yesterday? Nice. Did you grab that right before the close? Yeah, I like the XLU trade. I like XLP and XLV right now too. And then they pumped a bunch of beaten down stocks and then trapped everybody. We were covering XLU this morning. Yeah, he's awesome. They're not selling the market. Yeah, they're not selling the market, Mike. They are rotating into it. You can see it. I mean, they rotated it, or they rotated into today. They rotated in XLP, XLU. It looked like, and XLV, or at least it looks like they are. Yeah, I like that idea of the defensive posturing. We looked at all three of those this morning. And they're not selling XLF off today. So it's not like we're gonna burn the market. It doesn't look like we're gonna burn the market as of yet. I do like the XLU play. And it looks like, Mike, that we've got support down below at 445. Just standing buyers down below here. Next big level, Mike, is 435. You probably already know that. 4350. You took a stab at the long in the Qs. I couldn't get the right price on the SPY into the close yesterday, so I stayed out of it. I like sat on my hands into the close, and then Mero was talking about retesting the lows in the overnight. So I figured we'd just be flat on the open this morning. I was hoping with all the manipulation in the overnight and yesterday that we might, if we were pinned down at the open this morning, down like 0.8%, 0.8% or 1%, I would have taken a long there. But they stuck us right in the middle for OPEX. And in reality, I mean, where are we at, right? We're not going to know until we're above 460 or below 435. Zero. Like right in the middle. Not a bad place to straddle the market, though, to be honest. Right where we are. No matter which way we're moving in one of those directions. Yeah, iron condors are a good trade today. As long as we don't sell off into the close. Should cut one leg off of that. We've got no news on Monday, but supposedly we've got one of the Fed presidents talking on Monday morning. I think we've got a speech. It's not showing up on one of my calendars. But I think Bernard's speaking in the morning, 8:30. There's nothing else. There's not a ton on Monday's calendar. But we do have a volatile week ahead of us, plus OPEX. My thought is that we trade sideways and down, and then we have one up day next week on like Thursday. That's my take. Yeah, stayed real safe on the downward leg. Yeah, let's talk about golden tickets real quick. You guys ready for a golden ticket? We'll talk about golden tickets. Let's talk about, so Bullard's on CNBC Monday morning. Let's talk about golden tickets. I'll do something quick for you, okay? Okay. Let's talk golden tickets. While we're hanging out here, while the market's not doing too much. Let's talk about a golden ticket. Good question. So we're going to talk about golden tickets. Talk about golden tickets. Okay. So let's say you have... Oh, hold on. Looks like we're getting some kind of news here. Not much news today either. News is quiet today. Saying that Brazil Central Bank Governor Campos is going to lead in monetary tightening as he believed inflation had a more persistent element, which lends itself to more, oh, we got a nice green bar on the SPY here. Okay, so if a golden ticket comes in, okay, and the trend of that ticker, it's trending down, let's say ticker XYZ, and let's say a $5 million, well, not five, well, like let's say it's $1 million call, right? And it's dated for, well, right, let's compare, right? Let's say today is February 11th, and this is December, right? It's January, right? This is February now. You see $1 million call come in. Right, and this ticker is probably not the best way to be doing this. But let's say the ticker's been, just trading down, let's say, right? See $1 million call come in. What you should be doing is just keeping a ledger of that call coming in, right? You get a piece of paper and a pen, write it down, and you're waiting. You're not going to buy right when that call comes in. You're going to wait for, you're going to snap yourself a line, right? And you're going to wait for that ticker to trade sideways. Say it's like a 3-month out call. You wait for it to trade sideways here, and once it breaks through that resistance, right, you're going to check back on that specific ticker, and if there's still long in it, and we still have, let's say, a month left in that call, you'll then enter. Does that make sense? You then follow that call, right? And the second thing that I would say to you, let's say it was dated for March 31st. Let's say the call was 100C for March 31st. I would then probably buy slightly more in the money, and then maybe date it slightly past whatever the strike is. So if it's March 31st, I'd probably date it for like 2 weeks later and slightly more in the money. And that does a few things, right? What it does is if there's a market condition where this big baller needs to roll it out an extra 2 weeks or so, or we have a market dip or something, right? Then he can reposition himself, but you're kind of already there. And then I would always be picking like round numbers, 5, 0, stuff like that. So whenever they get back in, if they do get back in, they're kind of close to where you are. Next important part. Let's say a golden ticket comes in and we're trading up like this, okay? So we're up, we're down, we're up, we're down, right? We're up, we're down, we're up, we're down, we're up, right? We got this nice, beautiful ascending channel here, right? And let's say the golden ticket comes in right here. And you can't see this yet, but you can see a previous peak and trough, and you know that we're at a peak right now. You write it down in your little ledger there. You'll snap a line on your brokerage, on your charting platform, right? And you're gonna set an alert on your charting software for this support. Now you don't know about like this. We haven't traded here yet, right? That you don't even know about this yet. Let's say this is the future. You just know so far that we're at a peak, not in a trough. You know, a golden ticket came in, and you're just gonna find a support level, right? You're gonna set an alert, and then when we come back down here, even if we start going higher here, you're gonna see if we trade back down, and if we do trade back down, and your alert goes off, and those calls are still active, right? There's still interest in those calls. They haven't sold their position. That's when you jump on board down here. Now every single golden ticket might not do this for you. Some of these golden tickets are just going to go to the moonshot, and you're going to miss that trade. But if you want a high rate of success and you follow these rules, right? And let's say you get 10 golden tickets in a week, you only need 1, right? So if you set rules like this and you enter at the proper time and there's still interest in them, they should print for you at a high rate. And then managing the trade, you want to know that that money is still in that trade, because you're not following retail, you're following a bank. You're following a hedge fund that's saying, okay, I'm in this trade to make this X amount of dollars. You can, and when I give you these trades, I tell you, you know what I should do in all the golden tickets? I'll give you the price of the trade that they paid from now on. So if they were like paying like $5 for a call, you can actually track that stuff so that you can actively manage those calls and those golden tickets. If you time them right before January, first week of January, if you manage them correctly, they print like 90% of the time. They have a very high print rate on them. You get calls coming in on see here. Good calls coming in on Tesla. Small money. This is nice right here. BA 916. So that's September 16th. 240C. $1.1 million. They paid $18.34 per contract. They bought 580 of them. USO for oil, March 4th, 65.5C. They paid $207,000. Has a high algo score. See what else we got here. Some SPY puts, Piton puts. Piton was a good short today. Then we've got some AMC puts, SQ calls, and mixed bag. We already know SQ's chart looks terrible. SPY puts, February 11th, 440p for $123,000. Piton puts, February 11th, 34p for $10,000. Now some puts on NLOC. They had calls earlier. July 15th, 26C, $164,000. AMC puts, $300,000, March 18th. And those are 18p on AMC. Let's see if we get those calls down at a good price now. Calls are now at 64 cents. Those 450s. Remember we were talking about trying to get them down to like 60 cents or so. So let's see. Now we've got 124,000 buyers on those. So I'm getting more interested in these calls on 450C. Let's take a closer look at the SPY and see if we can get a good trade here. I'll look a little bit closer. I want to see if this ice down here, if this support down here, if we're going to have like a magnet if we're coming to it. See it over here on the right hand side? These lots of buyers down here. We're at 445. We still haven't tagged it. So I'm going to look for a buy on the SPY right around 445. We ricocheted off of a triangle that we're on right here, right? You saw that wedge on the SPY? We traded up to it at 12.15, pinged right off of it. Hopefully we can trade down to 445 and then take a long. You can take a short here if you like too. That's 1, 2, and 3 rejections on the SPY. And I'm looking for a tag down below at 445, hoping we can get that. AMC puts again, February 11th, 19p for $16,000 and $17,000. Lots of Piton puts. Look for a tag below at 445. 0. See if there's any more support there or not. We'll take a closer look here. See if we're actually going to trade that deep. A little bit of ice in here. A little bit of support down here, right where we are. Clear skies below that. Clear skies in this 446 area. See if we get any firming up of the buy down here. See this right here? They're buyers stepping in down below. They're hidden buyers down below at 446.66. They're down here. 446.66. You see them right here? Right here, hidden buyers, 446.44. And then again down below at 445.95. I'll be interested to see if we actually trade down to 445. A lot of support here. See if we can see where the safety is for buying a bottom here. 440. Looks like the buyers are moving up. Come on down, SPY. It's weird. There's a lot of weirdness going on right now. Not confident in a trade here. Looks like a lot of hidden buyers in here. I would say if you wanted to take a long in safety, wait for 445. Unless we get a rug pull down there. There are some hidden buyers in there. Tesla, February 18th, 885C, $900,000. Trading at 882.10 on Tesla right now. We'll take a look at Tesla, see if we're legit on our thoughts on Tesla. It's telling you that I think that the support at 880 is not real anymore. I think that the support is now down at 800 and 850. We'll check and see. I guess you could pair trade both of these, right? If you think we're going up on the SPY, this is where it would be at. If you're a believer that we're not trading lower than 880 on the SPY, then you would expect Tesla to go up here. And see that big wall right here at 880 on Tesla. See it right here. So you got 46,000 contracts right here, and then you've got 105,000 right on 880. And the only thing you don't want to see is a trigger. You don't want to see like a rug pull right here, right? See this big fat wall of buyers right here at 880? Like, so on the surface, it looks like it's good to go. Like normally, in normal circumstances, you'd buy this right now, every time. You just buy a spread here, call spread on Tesla. In the money. Say you date it like, I don't know, date it past March.
Comments from the International Coffee Organization had.
Let's look here deeper. Like your thesis, if you're a Tesla bull, if you're a market bull, if you're a tech bull, this is where you buy Tesla. And you can buy it in safety. See this wall of support behind you? 872. But my thesis is that we're lower now. Down here, this is where we are. This is where the real buyers are. 850. They've gone lower. They used to be at 880, now they're at 850. That's a tough call right here. If you're a bull, though, buy some in the money call spreads. Buy them for like April or May at 880. And you think that even if we swung below, let's say we swung below in some volatility from here down to 750, I would doubt that we're down at 750 in April or May. Just the ramp into the next quarter's, just the ramp on the next quarter's ER season would be enough. Put a 3-month call spread on them. It's a good place if you're a Tesla bull. Tell all your Tesla bull friends. If you don't think we're trading down below, then this is your place to buy some call spreads. You guys want me to get you some pricing in some of these? Like, how about just in the money in May? I don't think I'd do credit spreads. Let's look at, see. Trade Tesla. Nope, hold on. Let's look at some Tesla trades here. 3 months. Bullish. We'll make it June 17th. I wonder when I don't know when their next DR anticipated. Edit. Give me a second here. I'll get you guys some save strike. Okay, so here's it. You guys want a good trade? You have to wait for this, right? Some of you guys don't mind waiting. You buy. This is better than owning stock. You guys are all believers, right? Tesla bulls out there, listen to me right now. And buy yourself a June 17th in the money call spread, 890, 895. You'll spend $238 and you'll get paid $262. That's basically saying Tesla went up to $1,600. You're basically, as a stockholder, saying, I see Tesla at $1,600, even if it stays at $900 from now until June. That's a fairly good return, right? Now, I wouldn't put all my money into that trade, but, you know, throw 10 grand at it or something. Now, you probably will at some point experience volatility between now and that time period. But if you're like, you know, if your viewpoint on the market is Tesla's not going down to 750, because I know some of you think it ain't never going to 750. But we're at 880 right now. So you could probably, we could swing down 50 points. We swing down 100 points on Tesla, right? All the time. So if you think this is bottom, Tesla, 890, 895C for June 17th, $230, pays $270. And all you got to do is be above 895. That's it. That's all you have to be. Tesla. So, you know, all your shit-talking friends out there that are like, just buy Tesla stock, and they're like, it ain't ever going down, we're at bottom. Well, then, fucking, why are they buying stock when you can get 100% print on Tesla in 6 months? That's pretty good gain, right? And the best part is that, well, the only thing you have to consider is that the banks are taking out hedges at 400 in May. Just be conscious of that. The banks have hedges down to 390 into May. They do. They just bought them the other day. They bought them when we were at 460. And then the only other thing you'd have to ask yourself is, do we have risk?
Here on CBC, saying that he's currently betting on 25 basis point hike in March. Sees about a 1/3 chance for a 50 basis point hike.
Ooh.
Thinks the 2-year would probably have to go another 25 basis points higher for the Fed to go 50 basis points in their rate
Ooh.
move.
We're gonna get a rip for that. We're gonna catch a rip on that trade. We're gonna catch some movement on that announcement, just so you know. Okay, so Double Line's gun lock says 2-year yield would probably have to go another 25 points higher by the Fed meeting for them to go to 50 basis points. He's currently betting on a 25 basis point hike in March. Sees about a 1/3 chance of 50 basis points. What is he saying here? Fed should have stopped QE about a year ago. I think we all agree with that. So he's saying that the risk is on doing it a quick dump here. See if we rip higher. Okay, I don't know why we care about if it's 50 or 25. I don't think it really matters. I just think that they're using it for volatility's sake. So there's a bunch of stuff about, so the good thing is this: if the spread goes the wrong way on you, you can sell, depending on what kind you get, you can sell legs on them. If you go with this credit spread, if the trade goes the right way, you can pull off the short side of that trade. I mean, I like credit spreads better. I don't like trading credit spreads on individual tickers, because they can if you go too much outside of the money, they'll close the legs on you, and it's all wonky. It's like your account gets fucked up. You have to close the other side. I don't recommend credit spreads for new option or new spread traders. Like, start with debit spreads for the direction and belief that you have. We'll do a video on it one day. We'll start at the beginning and then work our way through simple and complex option strategies. I don't know the words for it, how to explain it right now. There's
saying that his suspicion is the Fed will start raising rates until something breaks.
Did you hear that? We're not raising rates until we break shit. My suspicion is that the Fed will start raising rates and won't start raising rates until we break some shit. That does impact the euro dollar and the US dollar. It impacts the US dollar, Japanese dollar, the won. It impacts USO, impacts the SPY, TLT, XLF, the SHI. I somewhat believe that myself. Not raising rates until we break some shit. I love it. SPY is bouncing off the 20 MA. It's getting fucking pathetic. Sorry to swear. I learned it from watching you, Dad. I remember that commercial. Whoa, and we're getting a reaction. SPY calls 211 450C, $53,000. AMD calls 211 22 155C, $15,000. But the reaction is right here in Apple. Apple, March 18th, 180C for $835,000. That's certainly a reaction to see a $900,000 call come in on the Apple. I'm going to take a look at Apple real quick and see why someone's buying Apple. that would imply that we're not going to stop QT, right? Or not, that goes against the idea of QT. Nice trade in Apple. Apple 180C for March 18th. Dangerous trade for $1 million trade. Wasn't expecting that trade. We're going to fix this trade here. So Apple's looking more bullish now, huh? $180. Nice trade on Apple. Dangerous trade.
This note on Russia and Ukraine, just seeing a report out of Israeli press that Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov had been expected to arrive in Israel next Monday, but has now postponed his trip.
Tesla now trading up into the 898. Looks like some sellers are going to try to sneak in here. Yeah, it looks like they're coming in around 894.69. Yeah, if you're an experienced options trader, you get some credit spreads, but you have to manage them. Debit call spreads are kind of safe. The only other thing I would tell you about, there's a bunch of rules with spreads on tickers. Like, are they a dividend stock? When do they pay dividends? Some stocks you have to go in and find out if they've canceled dividends, because dividends can fuck up your spreads. I prefer them on indexes, but you can manage them as you go along. Then how long do you hold the spread? Do you hold the spread? I don't normally hold spreads to expiry. I hold them until they're in 50%. They pay 50%. Then I cut them loose, because typically they won't print the full. They typically won't print the full, like the max 100% until they're closer to expiry. Like if you're going in the right direction, they'll print, let's say, the first 50%, and then you'll have to wait for another. If they're like 3 months out, you're going to wait another 2 months to get the other 50%. So we'll do a video on it at some point. There's a bunch of like simple rules you can follow to not get messed up in your trades. A little Friday market pump on CNBC. Try to calm the markets down into Friday. We'll see if that works out. VWAP is at, see where VWAP is, 448.75. So we should break higher or lower here. Have a pretty significant break. So we'll see where the options chain is on right now. Like, what is everybody in? See what everybody's position is right now. Looks like everybody's in 450 Cs. Still some holders at 447 on the put side. Should get a break here in a little bit. Looks like some sellers stepping in currently. Looking at the VIX currently. VIX already hit a high of 2484. Remember that we have puts that are expiring today at the end of the day. There's 20 to 30% of the market, where the options market is puts. And they're just burning value right now. So if somebody closes them, the market should go up. And yeah, we could see the VIX drop here. Close out some of those puts. We're going to watch the VIX here for a dump, see if it dumps or not. It's been trading up all day long. Actually, since the 10th. It's been riding this trend line up. Or at least on the 1 minute. I'm not looking at the 2 minute. So, yeah. So, let's see. Back here on the 10th, at 2 o'clock, every time it touched, 246 it touched, 1516 it touched, 948 it touched. This was this morning. February 11th, yeah, today at 11 a.m. there was a touch, and then there's a touch again at 12:14 p.m. And then a touch again right now at 12:36. So, right on this support, VIX has not failed to rip higher for the past 24 hours. So we'll see if it holds this time or if it doesn't. So we'll get a market move here. We should get a pretty decent directional move here, up or down. We should sell the market, or we should...
Commodity markets seeing a comment from the Paraguay agriculture minister saying soybean harvest could fall by up to 50% to around 5 million tons due to drought conditions in Paraguay.
We have some VIX buyers stepping in. It is surprising right here, buying the VIX right here. Because the flag on the VIX is very bearish right now. It's not bullish. But some VIX buyers stepping in, betting that it will just stay a bear flag for a long time. It's looking very, very bearish to me. So we'll see if this is not a bear flag, but it looks like a bear flag to me on the VIX. It hasn't failed for an entire day. So if it does fail here, it should be pretty good. It should be eventful. Yeah, I think this is a bear trap. I could be wrong. I think it's a bear trap. So if you're looking at the 2 minute on the VIX, I could be wrong here, of course, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's going to fail eventually. May not fail now, but it's going to fucking fail. So it's worked 7 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times it's worked. I'm buying the VIX here. That's risky to me. We should see a pretty decent directional move here. So what are you guys saying? VIX 30 next week easy. Would be devilish before the weekend. Yeah, I don't know where we trade to right now. I just know that if you buy the VIX 8 times in a row, eventually it's going to fall. I don't know when. Yeah, Cody, I'll get you a video. Some Tesla calls and Tesla puts. But the VIX is interesting to look at right now. And we've stayed elevated here. The other thing to think about too would be, do you expect the VIX to come below 23 or 20? I don't see the VIX getting below 20. We'll see if it holds up into the bell today or not. 1251. If it doesn't hold up, you should see a pretty big move up. If it does hold up, we should trade to, let me see, 211 and 1144, right? So 1144, where do we go? Yeah, 1144, we only traded down to 446.75. So if we can see if we can get a nice big fat dumper down to 445. JPM put sweeps by 2 times. JPM, I missed these ones earlier. June 6th, June 17th, 170p for $900,000. And then JPM golden ticket, June 17th, 170p for $1.5 million. Lows. All small money. NVIDIA, February 18th, 220p, $145,000. Facebook. Oh, I take these headphones off for a minute. February 11th, 222.5. Oh, watching some ARC F puts come in for June 17th. This is the same operation that we did yesterday. some SPY calls rolling in. February 11th, 443p for $29,000. $450Cs are now down to 35 cents, really cheap. See if these buyers actually step in here or not. Oh, not him looking to buy this dip, I think. Stop. So this is almost where SG is saying bottom is. 4450 is where they're saying bottom is. We'll take a look below and see. There's 445, 446. See if this rides higher or not. QQQ puts coming in. See if we can sell this thing down. Lots of put flow coming in right now. I've got JPM 11,000p, which is February 11th, 155p for $11,000. TNA, February 11th, 64p for $61,000. QQQs, February 28th, 334p for $280,000. QQQs, February 11th, 352p for $107,000. We'll see if this holds up or if this sells down. See if there's any real support here or not. RXT puts March 18th, 12.5p for $160,000. See if we sell this down or not. Looks like there's some support down below at 446 flat. Watching heavy put flow coming in right, excuse me. Heavy put flow coming in right now. ARC K, excuse me, ARC F, SOXX. $318, 430p, $500,000 on SOXX. Palantir puts coming in February 18th, 13p for $38,000. Gold calls coming in right now. Looks like the buyers, there's a rug pull briefly here on buyers on the SPY. You can see right here, the buyers went away. Heavy selling right now. Let's see. Almost looks like there's some spoofing going on here. So is Twitter down right now? Dude, just sell it. Just fucking sell it. See if we can break through this. Break out of that wedge. SPY, February 11th, 446p, $234,000. Facebook, February 11th, 220p, $15,000. Damn, this wedge sucks. I want a break of this wedge, up or down. Yeah, you can trade the inside of this wedge that's on the SPY, but it's so fast, you're like in and out. It's like 1, 2, 3 trades. You guys see the wedge that's on SPY right now, right? Sorry, I'm paying attention to another put position. Can you view the chat after the live stream ends? I think so. Hang tight for a minute. Yeah, let me check and see. Sorry.
Thinking of the Bank of England saying that they will not consider
The,
active QE sales.
I was
until
actively
rates hit
trading some
1%.
positions here, so I'm trying to focus on these
We've
positions.
done talks with the DMO and Treasury about
I will
active
check
QE
in
sales.
YouTube and see if it saves the comment section, or I'll see if I can change the comment section to.
Rates hit 1%.
See if I can save the comment section to the YouTube video. Like now, it looks like the VIX is going to roll over, so I got to close this position. Come on. Sell it. Jeez. I know. It's like, sell this fucking thing. Sorry for swearing.
The Fed's daily reverse repo operation.
Oh, the comments do just do replay.
$1.64 trillion.
Just sell it. I don't know what else to say here. Like, just sell it. This is all option burning. This has nothing to do with movement in the market. This has to do with grinding options. Just killing options right now. This whole move right here has nothing to do with directional movement. Only has to do with burning options right now. Not the place to be trading. I'm flat on this last trade here. There we go. The VIX is falling off while SPY is falling right now. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna get a glass of whiskey so we can do a toast here, so that I can thank some of you that have supported the channel. I'll be back in just a few moments here. You see VIX mooning right now? No, VIX is not mooning right now. VIX is falling off the side of the mountain right now. Some VIX puts coming in February 11th, 21p for $30,000. $445.50. All we need is just one hard, fast dump down to 445.50. We should be able to grab along. That's just diddling right now, not doing much. I'm just waiting. Small bit. Maybe we got some VIX puts coming in, some QQQ calls. This is just straight grinding options right now. No, I want 445. I want 440 on OPEX. I doubt you see 440 today. Maybe, but I doubt it. I think if you tag 445, there's going to be a whiplash effect up. Problem is you got all these call holders on 450C. UVXY calls February 11th, 14.5C, $39,000. All right, I'm not going to make a trade. I'm going to sit here. I'm going to get a glass of whiskey and be right back. I've got a list of people I want to thank, and I'll be right back. Oh, maybe not. Maybe they'll get me 445 now. Just get me 445, please. Right down here. I'm still with you. The moment I'm gonna every time I'm like, I'm gonna walk away, I'll be right back in like 5 minutes. I'm like, oh, there we go. We're going down. And like, seriously, send it down. Killing me. It's like the slowest. It's like watching paint dry right here. Here indicator is negative.
That's a follow-up, seeing one report suggesting that sources say U.S. believes Russian President Putin has decided to invade Ukraine and communicated plans from a PBS reporter.
Oh shit.
PBS reporter saying reportedly U.S. government believes Putin has decided to invade Ukraine and has given the order to the Russian military.
Oh shit. You guys copying that out there? Holy shit. Did you hear that? Did you guys just hear that out there? Holy shit. Did you guys just hear that? Did you guys just copy that out there? They're going to sell the market, aren't they? Holy fuck. Holy shit. from Trade the News. Holy fucking A. That is some fucking crazy shit right there. Okay, what is that right now? Oh shit. Warning. Holy shit. That is fucking crazy. From PBS.
S&P now down 1%, Nasdaq Composite down more than 1.5%, and crude futures are moving higher. More from the UK government saying that Johnson impressed the need for NATO allies to make it absolutely clear there will be a heavy package of economic sanctions ready to go should Russia make the destructive decision to invade Ukraine. General Motors with an update saying production was impacted at 2 assembly plants in Michigan today because of the border disruption. Golf Michael.
Puts coming in across the board. I got puts on Y, NDX, puts on Qs, puts on Disney, puts on SPY. $500,000 rolling in on SPY. February 11th, 450p. Holy shit. This shit's gonna sell the fuck off, ain't it? Motherfucker. It's gonna sell off in a hot minute, guaranteed. Let's look below and see how far it can sell. Market warning. You should warn all your friends out there. Make sure you let your friends know that war is imminent with Ukraine, with Russia and Ukraine. Warning, market warning. That's going to trigger some algos without a doubt. SPY fucking flow coming in fat and heavy right now. SPY puts rolling in just tons. SPY 211.22, 446p, 447p. SPY puts $1 million, February 16th, 440p. This is gonna go across the market. Zoom calls, XOM. Get in. You might want to get in some. You might want to get inside of some. You might want to get inside some oil calls at some point. If you are long this market, you might want to just take your money and run for a minute. Even if you get back in later, you might want to put some warnings out there. We may not sell off, but I do want to warn you if you are long this market that at any point they can sell it. Just on the volatility alone. So be very, very careful out there. Market warning. Market warning. You might want to trade gold and oil too. XLE should be fucking going through the roof right now. Grab some of those fucking puts. Grab oil calls. Oil, XLE, USO, any of that stuff. Grab puts on SPY. Puts on BA. Puts on AMD, Apple, XLY, F Ford. Calls on XOM. QQQ's puts coming through the boards right now. Market warning. Fuck. CCL puts. Looks like they're going to, because they'll end up stopping flights over Europe over this. SPY trading down to 443.74. I posted it on Twitter. Market trading down at 443.74. Puts on Jets now. You are going to see a liquidation event. Gold calls across the board right now. Holy fuck, there it goes. Holy shit, market is selling off hot and heavy right now.
Crude futures rising about $4 to near $94 a barrel.
The news is coming out of PBS right now.
Brent crude reaching $95 a barrel for the first time since 2014.
Heavy puts on airlines, heavy puts on jets, DAL, calls on gold, oil, XOP 218 123C. Brent crude hits $95 a barrel for the first time since 2014 amid reports that Putin has given a go-ahead for Ukraine invasion next week. Market warning. You look at your next, even if we trade higher here, look for the next stop below at 440.
UK government saying British net. Saw a similar warning from the Dutch government earlier today, from the US earlier in the week.
puts on SPY across the board. Like we got massive SPY puts coming in, massive VIX calls coming in right now. Jets puts February 18th. Those are legit. If you guys want to grab some puts, you figure that
Another report on Ukraine saying U.S. planning to pull, also discussing possibly further reducing the number of staff at the U.S. Embassy in Kiev.
SPY extending its losses, 442.34. I want you to know that this is confirmed reports here. QQQ's puts coming in. Baidu puts April 14th, 165 P, $1.1 million. Uber puts some dip buyers trying to dip buyers trying to step in to buy this bottom here. Get on my hold on a second. Sorry, I'm talking to somebody.
More than 1.25% in light of the Russia-Ukraine news.
Calls on BP, February 25th, 36C, $18,000, $14,000. So I'm going to read that back to you, what he just said to you guys. Prime Minister Johnson tells EU leaders he fears for the security of Europe in current circumstances. Johnson called for NATO allies to make it absolutely clear that there will be a heavy package of economic sanctions ready to go should Russia make the devastating, destructive decision to invade Ukraine. U.S. government calls on British nations to leave Ukraine immediately. Brent crude hits $95 a barrel for the first time since 2014 on a report that Putin has given the go-ahead for Ukraine invasion next week. PBS reporter is stating that the U.S. believes Russian President Vladimir Putin has decided to invade Ukraine and communicated those plans to the Russian military. Defense officials anticipate a horrific, bloody campaign that begins with 2 days of bombardments and electronic warfare, followed by an invasion with the possible goal of regime change. The North Atlantic Council was briefed on this new intel today. Follow-up, CNN, the U.S. is planning to pull its observers from the OSCE mission in Ukraine, sources say. The Biden administration is also discussing the possibility of further reducing the number of staff at the U.S. Embassy. Related tickers include BA, NOC, GD, LMT, HAL, RR, UK, OAIH, USO, SPY, USD to the ruble, TLT, EEM, RSX, those puts have been coming in all day long, USD to the UAH, CE4FX, BNO, RYCEY, ESR, and UGA. SPY puts still coming in at this time. Puts on GS as well and Sofi. SPY now trading at 441. Support seems to be at 440. Know that the real support is down below at 435. We have a very negative hero indicator at this time. There is a sell program currently on in the market. Puts on Uber, INTC, SPY. Across the board, we're getting sells across the market right now.
On the COVID front, France to lift some COVID restrictions on travel starting February 12th.
USO is green barring it to the sky right now. Keep an eye on USO. Puts on NCLH. Looks like there'll be some impact on cruise lines. Calls on PayPal May 20th, 105C, $900,000. NCLH February 18th, 22.5, $500,000 in puts. Oil is just screaming to the roof. USO just continues to make new highs right now on the day. 66.29 at the moment. Holy shit. It's real. Is Ukraine the black swan? Shrug emoji. Well, XOM or USO is the actual oil calls, and then you're talking about refinery calls that are wrapped up within XOM. Yeah, you're a boomer. How close are you? That's still very close, man. 1,000 kilometers away, baby. Because of an XOM puts. That's a fucking dip if there ever was one. Looks like we're going down even deeper. 435 is the price target. Be another 60-point drop. $435, next level of support. Below 441, not even 440. Looks like there's support here on the book map at 440, but the real support in the market is 435. I got my fucking puts print right now. I told you I would get my puts to print, didn't I? My put spreads are printing right now. I told you my puts would print. Fucking people were trying to tell me to fucking sell my puts. UNG, February 18th, 15C, $176,000. Calls on XOM finally. February 25th, 82C, $43,000. Puts across the board right now. TTD, Tango Tango Delta, February 18th, 75P. Sorry for screaming. Puts on DAL 61740p $214,000. The Dow must be taking a slam right now. Sorry for swearing. I just got my puts to print. Holy shit. Puts coming in across the board. DAL, AFL, Facebook, IWM. I gotta call Joe and tell him to sell his fucking put spreads. IWM puts $500,000. Lyft puts. Bro, do you have your puts? Check your puts right now. Yeah, they're on fire, bro. I am printing so hard right now on those spreads. They're going in there. Well, there's reports. PBS is reporting that Putin is invading Ukraine. Dude, 441 tagged it to the pin. To the pin. Yeah. I sold the spreads, and then I had some zero dates. Yep, it's gonna bounce, and then it'll keep ripping down again. And then hey, in 435, 440, and then 435 are the targets. And then also watch oil. Yeah, dude, oil's cranking. What the 435 is hard support on the SPY. I'm shaking right now. And then so there's a bounce back right now, but all right, brother, later. I was like, I hope he's not in a meeting right now. Later. Bye. All right. Mr. J Rambo is ready for war. Sorry about that, guys. Had to call one of my partners here, make sure that he wasn't in a meeting. He's loaded the boat on puts right now. SPY puts February 11th, 442p. That's right, baby. Buy my bags. Buy my 442s, but mine's for the 18th. So. And wow, that is crazy. Brent crude just hit $95 a barrel. It was at 93. Any Europeans? Anybody who lives nearby? Someone in our chat lives like 100 kilometers away from the border, right? One of our regulars lives, I think, 100 kilometers, not 1,000. I saw Euroboomer saying he was 1,000 kilometers away. But I know one of our... look for resistance above here. Keep this eye here on... Let's see where this number is. At 444. You're going to look for shorts to retake another position again. We have more SPY puts coming in right now. Yeah, someone on our SPY puts are just going to print. That's what it's going to be. I mean, this is the impact of this. You know, you're talking about 1 second closer to World War III or a ground war. Not that it'll happen, but just the risk of it is huge. The risk to the market, the risk is huge. You can't say that the risk is not huge. You can't say that. There's SPY puts and there's risk to the market. It doesn't matter if they're at war. Just the threat of war, a ground war that could involve the United States, puts us closer to there are some major put buying coming in currently into the market. SPY, February 11th, 443p, $135,000. Q's 216, 346 p for $2 million. Walmart 318, 130p, $300,000. Apple puts, SPY puts 211, 443, $68,000. SPY, $1.6 million. February 16th, 439p. XLE calls American Airlines puts 414.17p for $700,000. BTU calls, BP calls 617.33c for $242,000. BTU calls March 18th, 18c for $63,000. Yeah, so the risk to the market, the risk to the market is not going. So you got to understand. So IWM calls coming in 318, 191p, $2.3 million. The risk to the market is that. So here's the potential. Okay, is if you involve Europe in this war, if the war extends or drags in other countries. So let's say you shoot down in a United States airline, that would be an act of war towards the U.S. You're also talking about long-standing friendships in Europe, regardless of NATO being our allies, that they could drag us into a war, even if it's a ground war. You don't ever want war in Europe. Under any circumstances. And so there's real risk to this market. There's real risk to dragging the U.S. in.
Day, VIX up about 15% at 27.70. NYC volume running 14% above average. NASDAQ volume about 8% below. 3-month decliners leading advancers by about 2.5 to 1 for NYC and NASDAQ.
And that's the point, right? I don't think it matters. I think you have to put the risk. I think you have to put the risk on protecting your account. If you're long this market, let's say you're holding $50 million in or $100 million in airline calls, and if that happens and you shoot down an airline and you're talking about not being able to an airline to function in Europe, that you'd have way more risk losing your airline positions than you would on a shutdown. I think this is more about risk management than, hey, the world's going to die or we're going to die or anything like that. So you are going to see put flow into this market guaranteed, and you will see liquidation of positions just from a position.
White House saying that we continue to see signs of Russian escalation around Ukraine. The White House press briefing now.
White House is having a press briefing currently live. We'll put it on. Market warning. I'm telling you, market warning, okay? I was a soldier, trust me. Definite market warning.
White House officials saying that a Russian invasion could begin during the Olympics.
The invasion could begin during the Olympics. You guys are hearing all this right now?
Not saying he will not be sharing any of their intelligence, but saying the Russian invasion could begin during the Olympics.
Knocking on the door of 441.25.
Sullivan saying that the U.S. remains ready to respond decisively along with allies, should include sanctions. That the response would also include a change in
Market
NATO
warning.
force posture.
SPY at 440.50, tagging lower support. If we break 440, next stop below is 435. You can expect liquidation of positions and heavy hedging, even if hedge funds and banks stay in their positions. You know that if we stop flights to Europe, civilian flights, it'll impact civilian airlines. You also know that Russia is tied to Europe with oil and gas.
Getting fresh lows down more than 1.8% below the 200-day moving average. NSA saying that the U.S. is still ready to pursue a diplomatic outcome if Russia decides to go that way.
SQ puts February 18th 95p for $100,000. SPY puts February 14th 430p. UVXY calls February 11th 15C $100,000. TTD, that's Tango Tango Delta. We've seen those, a bunch of those. Heavy put flow on that ticker. February 18th 72p, $500,000. UVXY calls February 11th 15C $100,000. Dip buyers attempting to step in right now on the SPY with low money, small money. Calls now on UAL, $93,000 on February 18th 50C.
White House reiterating that any American in Ukraine and confirming that they are continuing to reduce their embassy footprint in the capital. NSA Sullivan in Ukraine should leave in the next 24 to 48 hours or as soon as possible.
Gold going through the roof, baby.
Saying there's no prospect for a U.S. military evacuation in the event of a Russian invasion.
Yeah, someone in our feed is like 100 miles away from the, or 100 kilometers away from the border. It's not Euroboomer. I forget exactly who it is, but one of our members. If you're in here listening right now, maybe you can't say who you are. Maybe your internet's off. I don't know. SPY's still trading down right now, retesting the lows at 440. Just note that the next stop down, if we progress, American Airlines puts, more SPY puts coming in, February 11th, 442. Just a note that if we do break through the next level here of buyers.
That President Biden spoke with the Canadian PM about the blockade of Trudeau promised Biden a quick action enforcing the law on the protests.
Just a note also, you might see liquidation of equities and not see it in the options market currently if we continue to sell down. Just be conscious of any kind of sell programs that are out there not tied to options.
Sullivan saying that Russian military action could begin any day now, reiterating it could occur during the Olympics.
IWM puts, NCLH puts, SPY puts, more SPY puts, Apple puts, AMC, NCLH. Cruise lines would be impacted as well. Buy marijuana stocks then so you can get through the war. Gold, baby. Gold. GOLD 120 23C for $300,000.
Gotta say, saying that we are not saying that a final decision has been taken by Russian President Putin.
SPY dip buyers stepping in February 11th, 442C for $300,000. Uber all over the place with calls and puts. I have no idea how to interpret that one.
Sullivan saying that, again, we're not saying Putin has made a final decision on an invasion, but they
Mihai, isn't that you?
Sending a firm message to Putin.
Mihai is like 100 miles away, right? What do you know, Mihai? Let us know in the chat. Tell us what's going on. Ah, shit! I paused the book map. Sorry, guys. I'm all amped over here, making money on SPY. Yeah, you got all your so this morning we're talking about the danger to put and call sellers to the market right now, right? We're saying you can't really be a seller right now because you're going to get jacked with these moves in the market. And sure enough, I bet you a bunch of Theta Gang is in full panic mode right now. A bunch. Mihai, can you let us know what's up with, what are you hearing right now in Ukraine? She's by Kiev, right? I know she's in the chat. Lingo's like they were going to dump the market
Sullivan
anyway.
Saying, or affirming that U.S. troops that have been moved into Poland and other Russian frontier countries are not going to be fighting in Ukraine, and they have been moved up to defend NATO allies.
Gold GLD April 14th 177C half or $250,000. SPY puts just rebuying February 11th 442p $100,000. Nobody's buying it. You guys loaded up and puts and bought and printed, right? Tell me in the chat, you guys, I said market warning how many times? Tell me you bought some puts. I mean, you guys got to think about this, okay? So you've got U.S. troops there right now. SPY puts $200,000. Hood puts $11,000. You guys got to understand, right? You got U.S. troops nearby right now. If war breaks out before they are moved, then they can't move. They're essentially in a war zone at that point, and they will have to stay at a protective posture at that point, right? Talking about oil and gas being shut off to Eastern Europe, Western Europe. So U.S. gas prices are going to go through the roof. You have people that have huge investments inside of airlines and cruise lines. Anything that involves Europe, their profits could be put at risk. So let's say you're super hella long in an airline that doesn't service maybe the U.S. troops, let's say, right? Because we have civilian air flights that also help with our military tasks, but they could be damaged with their profits. So if you're long in stock, you have to either hedge yourself with SPY puts, let's say, or some airline puts on jets, whatever you have to do, or you start to exit your long positions, regardless from just the risk. So Mihai is saying that the media is going crazy where she lives. She lives right nearby where this potential conflict could get kicked off. This will also cause panic in foreign markets that should impact our markets as well. Right on, Desperado. SPY starting to trade lower. You might see lower prices even without seeing massive put option buying. Just alone on liquidating And then you just have the risk alone. If there was a real war, and if the U.S. was ever involved in it, you are closer to World War III, whether you want to say that or not, or admit to that or whatever, right? You have to admit that if war breaks out in Europe, if it bleeds out and over with NATO allies, you know who the biggest partner is in NATO. That is us. We're not talking about Ukraine not being a NATO member. We're just talking about other nation states. If they're dragged into that war, we have relationships with those countries. We would have to and want to come to their defense.
Canadian Prime Minister saying that blockades in Ottawa and at the U.S. border must end.
More SPY puts. February 11th, 441p. We got this news faster than Twitter got this news. We were on the spot. Okay, Mihai's got some news. Biden called the Ukrainian president tonight. Jets traded down all the way down to 2204. SPY hammering out a looks like a bottom for a moment here. Looks like some buyers are stepping in. Be very careful trying to dip buy this. Any news that comes out negative is going to cause a knee-jerk reaction on the way down. I would be very careful buying dips here. Dip buyers stepping in on Misfit 700 March 18th 305C $700,000. SPY puts, that was at 2 minutes ago, and SPY puts February 14th 440p. Having a bounce back on the SPY currently. It's trading up higher to 442.98, 442.82. Yeah, baby. Desperado, thank you for tipping. Brendan, thank you for subscribing. Firecracker, thank you. I appreciate it, my brother, for helping support the channel, Firecracker. Josh, thanks for subscribing. Aceman, thank you for subscribing. Geeks in the Woods, thank you for subscribing. IWM calls 2-8. So February, scratch that. February 11th, 203C, $119,000. SPY puts February 11th, 441P, $113,000. We'll see if we sit on this ledge here and trade higher. You can see it looks like here. If you guys are watching Bookmap, we're getting some shelving here. Looks like we're getting some support back into the market at this moment. $445 was the original resistance up above. We'll look to see how high we can trade. SPY calls coming in February 14th, 450C for $116,000. GT puts are printing. If you were to trade higher, there doesn't look like there's any resistance above, so maybe look for 445.49. VIX puts coming in 218, 24.5 P, $256,000. We are trading higher. Look for a tag of 445.01. Yep. VIX, lots of VIX puts coming in right now. $500,000 of VIX puts. 218, 24.5. I'm in a bunch of SPY calls right now, and they are cranking. And 445s. They are cranking right now. They are going through the roof. $445C. Facebook calls $500,000 March 18th. Snap calls 43C, or sorry, March 18th, 230C. That's $431,000. The VIX puts are February 18th, 24.5 P. Have a nice shelf here. One shelf, two shelves, three shelves building. Should be printing fat right now on both sides of this trade. XBI calls February 18th, 98C, $64,000. That's for Winky. Light IWM and SPY puts coming in. IWM February 18th, 195P, $362,000. IWM February 11th, 202P, $190,000. Apple puts February 18th, 162.5P, $50,000. SPY puts February 11th, 441P, $100,000. But I want to warn you that there are a lot of calls coming in right now, even with those low dollar puts. SPY February 14th, 445C for $338,000. Please like and subscribe to these videos. We're here live every single day of the trading of the cash market from about 8:30 in the morning until the close at 4:15. We did break this news quicker than most social media today. We were able to jump into put strategies and ride this thing down, and now we're also riding it back up. So please like and subscribe. If you are learning how to become a better trader, if you are making money with this broadcast, it is expensive to run, so it does take a lot of time as well. It is a free sub. We also have a Discord. I'll post the link inside of the chat for you if you want to join the Discord. There's nothing behind a paywall here, so please like and subscribe if you're a new trader, and if you are making money, please consider supporting. There's a link in the description for donations. I'll post a link to the Discord inside of the chat right now for any of you that are interested in joining the Discord. That's right, Mateus. printing it up, baby. Another day of printing money. Let's see if we can get a Discord invite here so we can get people into the Discord with us. You guys want to join an active trading community with people that are always trying to help each other? Please consider joining ours. Just come on in, introduce yourself, say hi. Hold on here. Got a lot going on YouTube here. Post a link to the Discord. So if you are just joining us, yeah, it's costing me somewhere roughly around 15,000 to 20,000 a year for the services. I do have an intern that I pay. I don't pay her a lot, but I am paying her a couple $100 a week to help us with supporting the feed, the YouTube channel, and the Discord, and the Twitter handle. There's also a Twitter handle called @CaptainsAlpha. You can I have a link, or I have a post pinned to my profile. If you don't want to tip through PayPal and just want to tip directly to help support the channel, always appreciated. And I appreciate you just being here. There's no requirement that you tip or anything like that. If you just want to like the video or subscribe or tune in every day, we usually have at least one actionable large trade every day of the week. And today was no exception, right? Just out of nowhere, you think you're going to take a Friday off, and boom, market makes a huge move unexpected on unknown news. That Russia is potential, well, not just potentially, but has made the decision. The distinction is that Russia has made the distinction or the decision to invade Ukraine. And that would be the distinction. I just had a bunch of follow requests in the @CaptainsAlpha. I just approved anyone that requested. SPY call, or I got SPY puts February 11th, 443p for $99,000, but a nice big fat round of SPY calls coming in. February 18th, 445c, $545,000. SPY is reversing course right now. Now trading down to 442.01. I do want you guys, there's two things to think about where we are right now, okay? So we're down here at 440. Think about OPEX and where they want the market down at 440. Think about, for our OPEX at the end of this month, even if you get some calls today that expire next week, they could print heavy if Ukraine doesn't invade, or excuse me, if Russia doesn't invade Ukraine. So start to think about, you can do spreads as well. So if you were to get some spreads maybe that are a month to 3 months out on the SPY, the SPY should come back at some point down the road. This is definitely not priced into the market, this event of Russia invading Ukraine, but you could probably muscle out some trades right now on the SPY that are just far dated out. Get some spreads that are like 440Cs, get them like a month to 3 months out, and they'll probably print. More SPY puts coming out, IWM puts coming out, $200,000 on both of those. IWM February 11th, 201p, SPY 211, 442p, both for about $200,000. Calls on BTU, those kids just keep rolling in. March 18th, 18c. American Airlines calls February 18th, 17.5c. SPY puts February 11th, 442p, $115,000. SPY trading down to the lows again at 440.35. Yields are coming down, baby. Yields are coming down. Looks like we're not going to need to have those rate increases. Gold GLD, April 14th, 170 or 177C, $1.2 million. Buying the gold. All those metal guys out there, metal women out there are like, finally, I'm making some money. I've been sitting on this for how long? all the metal gang out there is freaking out right now. QURE, unusual call activity. QURE, January 20th, 30C, $800,000. SPY calls, February 18th, 445C, $265,000. More SPY calls, February 18th, dip buyers anonymous stepping in, 445C for February 18th, $381,000. Now watch Putin is Putin buying calls right now? SPY, February 11th, 442P, $156,000. You know what else might be nice right here? Buy yourself some straddles on the SPY. Both sides should print at least once or twice today. You can buy. I bet right now you can buy SPY calls and puts, and then both sides will print in the next 20 minutes. Great day, hey, well, huh, Winky? It's a pretty good day today, right? Ace Man, thank you for subscribing. Geeks in the Woods, thank you for subscribing. Larry, thanks for subscribing. Devish, thanks for subscribing. Art, thanks for subscribing. Easy day. A great Friday to be in the market. Great day to be in the market. Great day to be in the market. SPY now trading down back towards lows. Just keeps heading lower. Back to support. Remember, target below. Holy shit. SPY, February 11th, 442P, $200,000. Big boy here. This is not good. Apple, January 19th, 2024, 145P, $3.2 million. Oof. Now that is 2024, but that's a really low put. That's some market hedging right there if I ever saw some. SPY, February 11th, 440P, $73,000. Urban, don't know who they are. Maybe they're a military contractor. Is that Urban Outfitters maybe? URBN, March 18th, 32C for $43,000. Let me know if you're, silver, March 18th, 23.5C for $25,000. Apple calls, February 11th, 167.5C, $85,000. I guess, is this the dip to buy? Is this the SPY dip that you're supposed to be buying, or are we going to reverse course here? Can you imagine Apple at 145 in 2 years? Be a face melter, wouldn't it? Winky, you can't leave us now, brother. Look at SPY. It's right down here in support, man. How do you not buy calls here, brother? Down at 440. Hey, did I get my win, by the way, Winky? Let me check my Rolodex. So let's see. We're not OPEX yet, but I think I said I'd get my 442s to print and my 440s to print. I got them. I got my 440s to print. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Did you guys think Daddy's puts were going to print yesterday? Or 2 days ago? Did you guys think that Daddy's 442, 440s were going to print? Mateus, brother. Mateus always supports the stream. Just donated to help support it. Mateus, big time supporter of the stream. You guys, I wouldn't FOMO at this point. Pulling out the receipts. Winky, I got my put spreads, bruh. FOMOing now seems like a bad idea. FOMOing in what? What are you guys FOMOing in? Who's FOMOing and stuff? FOMOing. FOMOing. Yeah, Winky needs a whiskey. As a matter of fact, I'm going to call one of the... Hey, Winky, you should get yourself a whiskey and have a whiskey with me. Oh, that's I forgot, Lingo. Winky needs to drink a Four Loko. Totally forgot. Winky's like me, very competitive. Never wants to admit that I won. Brian Martin has subscribed. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. We're sitting right on support here. We know that next support is 335. That is market support. That is the market support. 335, or excuse me, 435. We've got some IWM puts coming in February 14th, 195p, $166,000. That's February 14th, 195p. We have SPY calls coming in February 14th, 445C for $253,000. We're going to launch a new, Winky. Hey, Winky, take it easy, brother. But we have to get Winky on. We have to do a screencast where he has to drink a Four Loko with us. Oh, Doughboy said he thinks it was a shotgun. We have to get Winky to do he's going to be shotgunning Four Lokos in the garage so his family doesn't catch him. We got the double bottom being hammered out on the SPY right now. This is some wild stuff right here. Absolutely wild. Call prices are going. Dude, SPY 218, 445C, $1 million. Insano. Absolutely insano. This is crazy right here. This market is going absolutely bonkers right now. Absolutely bonkers. $1 million in call SPYs right now. $1 million in call SPYs. Absolutely crazy town right now. Absolutely crazy. Weekly $1 million SPY calls. And dude, you should see the options chain is trading like GME 2 years ago. Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild right now in the SPY options chain. Absolutely wild right now in the SPY options chain. Big time SPY calls coming in, right? All kinds of players. February 11th, 445C for $77,000. SPY calls February 11th, 445C, $85,000. Looks like that's the ticker. Looks like 445C is the ticker everybody's buying right now. IWM February 16th, 210C, $216,000. Woof. $1 million in calls and SPY calls. February 11th. Where are the $1 million calls at? February 18th, 445C. A cool $1 million. Cool $1 million. You're gonna eat a THC gummy. I've been saving for 6 months. That is 105 milligrams. Oh, wow. Currently, it's 2:35 in the afternoon. We still have another hour and a half left to this market. We'll see if it can recover into the close today if these reports don't prove themselves to be right or wrong. We'll see if we trade up into the bell or if we just stay sideways or if we trade down from here. SPY options chain is all over the place currently right now. Wiki, take it easy, brother. SPY now bouncing off support at 441.60. Yeah, none of this was expected or anticipated by the market. SPY calls coming in February 11th, 445. See another rack for $100,000. SPY calls February 11th, 445. C for another $100,000. Looks like the market thinks we're going back to 445C. I'm unsure on that one. So basically $500,000 on 445C. Plus another $1 million on 445C for 218 for February 18th. I'm going to have to buy some of these calls down here. I'm going to buy some calls here in just a minute here. All right, so February 11th, 445C, another rack just came in. What else we got here? AMD calls July 15th, 150C. Tesla puts. Why are you buying Tesla puts right now? Tesla puts February 11th, 860C for $100,000. What animal are you buying puts right now on Tesla? Wild right now in the market. Just straight wild. I'm going to wait and see here if I can catch a bounce on 441.60. Absolutely stunner today. Did we expect this news today? No. We got all quiet on Ukraine news, right? We were talking about it. And then out of nowhere, oh, there goes the SPY calls. Shit. All right, so SPY 445s, they're getting more expensive. All right, so I'm in some SPY calls. I'm in SPY 445s for 65 cents. We'll see if they print or not. We'll diamond hand him into the bell. We'll see if we can trade higher into this bell. I'm in SPY 445Cs for today at 65 cents. We'll see if we trade higher or if we trade lower. Yeah, Trade the News is quiet all day long today, right? There was almost no news. Almost zero news. Yeah, I made a ton of money today, so I'm good. I don't care if they burn. But I think we go up in the close. TSM, oh yeah, I didn't think of this. This would be a side trade, right? Tesla, or excuse me, Taiwan Semiconductor, February 25th, 118p for $500,000. High algo score. My assumption is that might have something to do with fighting two wars, right? If you're fighting a war in China, or would give the opportunity. You know, I'll tell you what, if you're 18 years old out there, right? I'd be scared. Because you figure if we were getting into a shooting war with Russia and Europe, we'd have to fight two wars, because China would definitely at that point invade Taiwan. So we've got a play on that right now. February 25th, TSM, February 25th, 118p, $500,000 on fears of strife with China and Taiwan if we're looking overseas here, right? If we're looking at the wrong place. $400s are $1. Yeah, it is wild to hold calls over the weekend. That is usually when they have an invasion too, right? Is over the weekend. Typically they do it when the news cycle is slowest, so that you have a weekend to digest what they're doing. Brian, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Give me a second here. I'm going to have here's some Apple puts coming in, but it's small money. February 11th, 170C. And we've got QQQ calls. QQQ puts February 11th, 350p for $350,000. Hold on one second here. All right, so let's see here. Looks like we're getting some news in from Willie. From let me see if it's Will Mead or not Will Mead. If Walter Bloomberg. All right, so Walter Bloomberg saying U.S. is stepping up bids to ward off Equatorial Guinea from hosting Chinese base. So now we're getting some Chinese base stuff going in there. American concerns are growing over China's plans for Atlantic Ocean. Senior U.S. diplomatic and military delegation to arrive in Equatorial Guinea next week. Also, Sullivan says he expects Biden will engage with Putin by phone. Excuse me. Let me see here. I got some more stuff for you here. Wow. Okay, U.S. reportedly plans to send 3,000 more troops from the 82nd Airborne to Poland in the coming days. 82nd Airborne. Huh, right on. Holy shit. So we're sending troops. We're sending troops to Poland. I don't know if that's more troops. So we had 3,000 that showed up or were assigned. I saw those troops. They looked like they were HQ and support, but I'm going to assume that the rest of these are not, that these are 13 Bang Bangs or something, 11 Bs. That's big news right there. See if I can get some more information on that. U.S. is going to send more troops. I'm going to post that on Twitter. That just came out just a few moments ago. What was that, 30 to 36? That's pretty wild. I just poured myself. I had my assistant pour me a bourbon to have a bourbon with you guys today. Let's see what we're trading below here. Okay, so U.S. to send additional 3,000 troops to. We got more QQQs puts coming in. $193,000. February 11th, 347p. QQQs February 11th, 345p, $130,000. SPY puts February 11th, 440p, $212,000. Apple puts February 18th, 167p for $123,000. Oh, this is a great play. GPS February 18th, 16C, $29,000. SPY puts February 11th, 440p, $96,000. Let me see if I can read that headline. Okay, so White House National Security Advisor Sullivan, we're not saying final decision was taken by President Putin, but allies are sending a firm message to Putin. So this counters that idea, right? We continue to see signs of Russian escalation around Ukraine. Russian invasion could begin during the Olympics. The U.S. remains ready to respond decisively along with allies, which include sanctions. Response would also include the change in NATO force posture. U.S. is still ready to pursue diplomatic outcome if Russia decides to go that way. Any American in Ukraine should leave in the next 24 to 48 hours or as soon as possible. Reiterates that there will be no military evacuation. I'm just reading that from Trade the News right now. Holy shit, I gotta check my calls here. Wasn't looking at the thing. I gotta buy some more. Hold on here. Hold your horses. Let's see if we're going to break through this or if we're going to stay on this. Give me more. There we go. Nice. All right. So I added to my position of SPY calls. I was able to get in for 36 cents on my second rack. SPY puts February 11th, 440p for $96,000. Oh, I already told you those, and I told you about the GPS calls. No other flow coming at the moment. Oh, yeah. So here we go. So let me get back to you guys. All right. So I got some bourbon here. Right here, if you like bourbon. I drink High West Distillery bourbons. We drink their Prairie Fire. I drink their Campfire. I don't know which one she poured me. I didn't actually give a preference. I just said bring me some bourbon. But those are my daily drinkers if I drink bourbon. So I got this for you guys. I want to talk to you guys real quick and say thank you to anyone that's supported the channel this week. I want to say thank you to Jason F, Gonzalo O, Brad A, Web Moves, Steve G, Daryl C, Eric K, Edward L, Y Yan Co, Mihai T, Priscilla S, Alex T, Ben G, Christoph M, Benjamin V, Khalid M, Richard R, and Stephen J. Thank you for supporting the channel this past week. I really appreciate it. It helps keep this channel alive. Got SPY calls coming in February 14th, 445C for $412,000. Also some Apple calls, small money, only $14,000 or $12,000 for February 11th, 167.5p. And we have IWM puts February 11th, 200p for $94,000. Now we're going to see if we can break through this 440 into the bell. The next, I want to show you guys, or I don't have the chart up right here, but if we break through 440, you're going to be looking for 435. That's where the major market support is, going all the way back to the original, well at least on the upward trend of the market, going back to the 420 down below back in January, back in the middle of January. We have RCL puts March 18th, 80p for $375,000. My assumption is this has to do with limiting cruise lines around the world, right? You have to limit cruise lines heading into parts of Asia, and you'd also want to limit cruise lines through parts of Europe. We also have QQQ puts coming in March 25th, 345p.
Reporting on Russia and Ukraine, another reporter saying that officials believe Russian action could start as soon as Tuesday and could include a provocation in the Donbass region and an attack on the capital.
Ukraine could invade Tuesday with attack on capital. Okay. Who's that report from? Nope. Let's see. more QQQs puts coming in. We've got 325, or excuse me, March 25th, 345p for 770.
S&P futures now down more than 2% on the day, breaking below the 4,400 mark. The Dow is down 550 points, probing the lows.
Whew.
Seeing a rally in treasuries here, and bonds are higher in terms of price. The 10-year yield dropping to 1.95%. The 2-year yield back to 1.5%. The dollar index up 0.3% now near session highs.
So here's a toast to all of you out there for tuning in today. Any of you that supported the
Gold
channel.
Up $25 at 18.63.
Here's a cheers to you. Whew. So we'll see if we trade down or if we trade up here. We're now at 439.43. We'll look below here and see if that 435 still holds down below. And it looks like it's dropped somewhat. Just a heads up here. Let's take a look at this right now. We've got supports currently at 439.10 and right where we lie right now. And then down below, prior we had support at 435. Looks like more support is setting up even lower. So we can still have that support at 435.17, and then below that 433. Looked like we had even more support showing up at 430. This would drop us below that supportive trend line that's gone back to mid-January. And you can see the disparity in support moving back all the way down to 430. Let me bring this back here. So we'll see if the market recovers here. We'll see if there's any kind of put selling at any point. Hold on a second. Yeah, if we were to trade down to 430, wow. If we trade down to 430, 430, and today that would be wild. Absolutely wild. Yeah, is anybody watching? There's no news around Europe right now, Miro. What will the overnight be like, Miro, in the European markets? What will the European markets be like? Oh, hell yeah, I'll buy this. I'll buy this all day long. Bikes with iPads on them are essential for the market. Oh yeah, if you guys want to donate to this channel, you guys are making money, right? I made a shit ton of money on puts. A shit ton. If you could donate to support the channel, it's down below in the description. You'll see a button right at the top of the description. Shows a way to donate to help support the channel. This is a free channel, and we have a free sub as well. We have a free Discord. We've been linking it inside of the chat. I can see if I can link it again right now. Miro, I want to know what you think about the overnight in Europe if it hasn't hit the news yet. I'm going to link the Discord. We also have a website and we have a Twitter handle. It's @CaptainsAlpha. You don't have to be paying for subscriptions out there. If you guys are paying for subscriptions all over the internet, you guys are paying like $1,000 or $600 for a Discord, there's no need to do that. Okay, no need to be out there paying those vast sums of money for non-actionable trades. We trade this live every single day of the week in cash market, Monday through Friday, and always looking for trades. We have a core group of traders inside of the Discord. I think we've got like 100 people in there, and they all trade together. They all help each other out, back testing trades, and just like today, big Friday on today, right? Came in here, we thought today was going to suck. Everyone showed up again today, and sure enough, we got a huge trade selling the market today. Huge trade selling the market today. Okay, so down here, looks like firm support setting up at 439.13. If we do trade below this, you're talking about going down to 430. 435 is actually where the trend line, the supportive trend line that goes back to the largest dip we ever had back in January, right? This whole year. And then if we were to trade below 430, we've got some huge price targets. I do wonder how this impacts the February 18th OPEX, the monthly OPEX, for where we are right now. Yeah, Eric's saying it's not a big deal in Europe right now. Yeah, Miro, did you hear, or Trade the News said that we're sending even more 82nd Airborne. Now we'll be up to 6,000 troops total. So we were at 3,000 troops, and now we're heading into another 3,000 heading into Poland. Tip of the spear, 82nd Airborne. Larry, have a great weekend, bro. Wiki's saying that if you're long on Eurobanks, I closed all of my calls on DB, SAN, and BCS. A firm went from $78 to $46. Why not 420, baby? You like that 420L, don't you? Lingo's saying that he sees it in German media. Right on, Miro. Right on, brother. I was in the Army, bro. I loved being in the Army. Oh, I'm not going to lie. And I'm a Democrat, and I still loved being in the Army. I had a blast. You tell people what to do, blow shit up. It's pretty badass being in the military. I'm not going to lie. I had a fucking blast in the Army. Now, I guess not everybody has a blast in the military, but I did. I guess I should start an ETF for, I wonder how many of these young people are worried now about the draft. Because if we went to war with China and Russia, you young bucks, man. Tell you what, you better get some flat feet going, or tell them you've got an allergy to bread or something. All right, so what's going on here? We got a little bit of a trade back going on in the equity markets. Got a little bit of a pullback here. Looks like the panic and stress. It's 3:01. We've got power hour in front of us. Is the U.S. going to show that our markets have resolve? Yeah, I was with way back in the day. I was in Serbia and Bosnia. We're under a UN flag. Those guys are badasses. Tough fucking soldiers. Talking about a draft, gotta put some panic in them young boys. Oh no. The old guys never die. They only fade away. It's always the young guys that die at war. Can I manage to buy puts for you when I get drafted? I'm gonna donate my sons to the draft. We'll have a nice Band of Brothers movie out there for you. We have lots of SPY calls coming in currently. SPY calls, snap calls, UNG calls still. So we got some natural gas calls coming in right now. The market's trading up. UK nationals are told to leave Ukraine. I'm interested to know from Miro what he thinks will happen in the euro markets tonight, or Euroboomer maybe can answer that. Yeah, a few shares to the SIG position sounds right too. So I just want to say
New York Fed updating their forward purchases calendar, saying they'll be buying approximately $20 billion
Oh, hold on here.
over the monthly period through March 11th.
Oh yeah, baby. The Fed's still pouring out that money. The Fed is still pouring money into the system. You hear that? The Fed is still juicing the system. The Fed, the desk, plans to purchase approximately $20 billion over the monthly period. Cocaine. That market cocaine. It's all coming from you, Jim. Is it really? You got to be shitting me. That's crazy. That is crazy. We got the Euros tuning in across. We'll have like Radio Free Europe with Captain Jim James. We dropping all the free. You guys have to sign in with a VPN. We'll have to start listing off all the headlines in case you guys get cut off over there. Radio Free, baby. Yeah, I'm wondering about tonight when your futures market's open tonight. You guys have chat rooms over there where you guys can discuss the Euro markets? Yeah, it's like 2 o'clock in the morning, right? Yeah, it looks like I got a buy program on right now. We got lots of calls coming in market wide. We've got calls on SBSW, March 18th, 20C, $500,000. Huge buy program right now in the market. Yeah, it'll be a war pump room in here. We'll drink it out. The Fed always has their hands on the spigot. They're always out there. Here you go, Jonathan. Cheers, brother. Happy Friday, everybody. Hope we don't go to war. In all honesty, you don't ever want to see war. That's the truth. But you want to show strength, and you definitely want to show... I want to show any of you Europeans out there, I want you to know that the U.S. is always with you. Always. 100%. Always be behind Europe, no matter what, right? We did that in World War I. We did it in World War II. And we will never, ever forget our European allies. That's all of Europe. Oh, yeah, we're closed. I keep forgetting today's Friday. So let this news digest over the weekend. I keep forgetting today's Friday. I'm like, it's Friday. No, it's not Friday. There are no futures tonight in Europe. They're fucked. Can you imagine being a European trader right now? Or having that news, not being able to trade it? You're gonna load the generators? Yep. You guys think we trade sideways into the close today, or do you guys think that we trade? I gotta check my oh, my calls have a lot more. My calls are doing well, actually. Whew. Much better than I expected. It's 3:06. We have 15 minutes left in the hour. We'll see how the rest of today goes. We'll see if we get ourselves... I do wonder about, do we get back in the money at least for spreads, bank spreads to print into the close? We'll see if we trade higher or if we just trade sideways. You're in 218s. Well, you'll know this, right? You do know if that war is averted that the market's going to rip no matter what. Yeah, you stocked up on physical silver. That's not bad. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea to be stocking up on physical silver. If you're from Europe... But if you are a European brother or sister out there, we are always with you. I want you to know that as an American. 100%, always and forever. No matter what they say in the news, that's the truth. We've got some Mara calls coming in February 18th, 28C for $152,000. What else we got? We got some Facebook calls coming in February 11th, 222.5, $36,000. I'm interested that so there's some plug puts coming in. I wonder if that's a play against mining operations in Russia. SPY puts coming in February 11th, 441p for $70,000. I'm interested to see what this close does if we recover into the close, or if the intent was always to close at 440, or was the intent to close at 445. I'm assuming it's at 445. Lone Wolf is saying that reports are coming that Ukrainian army is firing artillery and mortars in Donbass. That's a hoax. There will be no open war. Putin had all the time to invade. It is not his gold. You know, it's really weird, too, that you're saying that because he basically paid for the troop buildup with gas, right? That he sold to, or gas and oil that he sold to the U.S. Yeah, you know, John makes a very fair point, right? And this is actually a real point that should be made to all of you out there. We're coming into springtime right now, but I'll tell you what, right? There's only a few things that create war, right? You mess with somebody's wealth, like a nation's wealth. If you mess with like food supplies or fuel, energy, stuff like that, you cut energy off. That will bring war no matter what. That's guaranteed. That's a good question, Doughboy. Is the dealer shit out the window and shit like this happens? It hasn't happened yet, so that's my question. Do they try to make the money on both sides of the trade? That's a win-win for Putin. Yeah, I agree with that to an extent. When they got to pay for the war with the oil and gas money that they made. Watching a real, like, all the stuff that's coming in right now is bizarre. Like, you're watching, like, Baba calls, Tilray calls, Nike puts. I don't know why you'd make Nike. Oh, maybe the Nike put play is on strains with China. DVN puts, DVN March 18th, 45p. Then we've got HIVE calls, March 18th. Those are 2C. Like the number 2, $27,000. Baba calls. We got Baba calls coming in. Okay, February 25, 140C for $33,000. Still resting on support on SPY at 440. I might have to load the boat here, to be honest with you. If we were to sell down into 4 p.m. to like 4:35 or something like that, I might have to load the actual boat. EU will not evacuate staff from Ukraine, officials say. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, just think. So just as a without a doubt, right? I'm gonna say this right now. Without a doubt, at the bell today, this is like 100%. So this is a 100% trade, okay? This is a guaranteed trade, no matter what. At the bell, if you were to take a straddle on the market, you are going, not even a straddle, you just take a strangle. You guys know the difference between a straddle and a strangle, I hope, out there. If you take a Monday expire, matter of fact, I'm gonna make this trade today. So listen up out there, okay? Yeah, it is up 80% of Mondays. So Winky's still listening in. Winky's telling us that he was out of here and he's still here. You ain't leaving nowhere, Winky. You ain't going nowhere. Okay, so here's the deal, okay? Here's the deal. This is the deal. When we get into the closing bell, right, between like 4 and 4:15, if you straddle the spot, and if you strangle the SPY with outside the money calls and puts, I guarantee you that not guaranteed. I'm gonna give you like a I don't know if you give the expiry on Monday. I do like a Friday. I don't know. You could do 2 sets. You could do Mondays and Fridays. But if you strangle the SPY into the weekend, like that's a outside the money call and outside the money put. One side of them, I shouldn't be swearing. One side of them MFers are printing. I guarantee it. No matter what OPEC says, because if they de-escalate the war, just that alone is going to trigger a buku rip in the market. If we have war over the weekend, no, you don't do no put spreads. You do like a strangle or a straddle right at the bell. Yeah, you want to. Yeah, I know. I would say you do both because they're gonna be so dirt cheap. It has to be. Well, you figure if they de-escalate over the weekend. So right now, between now and the weekend, they're gonna want an answer, right? So we're either gonna snap. Maybe a straddle's better. You do 2 in the money, an in the money put, and in the money call into the close. In one way or another, we're going one way or another on Monday. There ain't no freaking way we're opening sideways on Monday. One of those two. Between now and close, if we don't do shit it's 3:15. If we don't do shit, I promise you. If we don't do shit between now and close, I promise you that on Monday there's going to be a huge move on this. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. You can take that to the bank. I can do a simple explanation, right? Ooh, that's a good one. Chart during SPY SPX during the Chimera invasion. And we got a Fed meeting.
45 minutes down to the U.S. cash equity close. The Dow down about 400 points. The S&P down 74. Yeah. So we've seen a fairly nice bounce off the afternoon low.
As a matter of fact, right?
The S&P futures that were 43.98 at 44.21 currently.
All right, so we got March 14th, 445 C for $500,000. I'm going to promise between now and close, right? You take a straddle on this market, and if you put it on the Dow, we're down 500 points in the Dow, and you're fucking telling me the Dow ain't coming back? Get fucked. Straight up, get fucked. Sorry to swear out there. Don't be having my broadcast on. This is Joe Rogan, but not Joe Rogan. This is the R-rated version of Joe Rogan, but I'm not Joe Rogan. And I'm not as weird as he is in some ways. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one, Winky. Or even just the Iraq invasion. Because so if, I'm going to be honest with you, if Russia invades Ukraine, our market will react initially just like the Iraq invasion or the announcement of it. But I'm gonna probably take that trade. So I've got some calls right now. I think I'm down a little bit. I'm down like $300 or something like that. So I'm gonna hold on to them. I'm not selling them. I'm gonna hold them into the bell. I want to see if there's a short covering operation between now and close. And I think there's gonna be a short covering operation. So I'm gonna stay long into the bell. And no matter where we wind up, I don't care which side we wind up on, but I'm going to look for short covering into the bell, and I'm going to look for a strangle or straddle to buy. To explain the difference between the two, the basic explanation is that you either have 2 in the money calls and puts, that's a straddle, so that you're looking for a directional move from wherever we close at, and then the strangle would be 2 outside the money puts and calls. It's like 1 call and 1 put that are both outside the money. and that you're looking for a huge directional move. But this news for today, this sell-off down to 440, there ain't no way you're getting away with this sell-off. No way you're getting away with a 500-point sell-off in the fucking Dow on Friday to not see a giant move on Monday. There ain't no way. It just ain't happening. So Joe just posted the invasion. Yeah, so if nobody cares, you're going to get a rip higher on Monday. There ain't no way that the Dow just loses 500 points on a Friday to not bounce back. Maybe. I guess maybe that's possible. I guess it's possible. I guess it's possible. My thought would be that we squeeze higher into the close. We've got, it's 319. And then my other concern, though, is I think I'm going to buy calls on the DGIA. I'm going to look at some calls for Monday on DGIA. Or at least Friday. Yeah, the DIA is down. It was at 355. It's only down 1.4%. But there's no way that it stays down here. I don't think it does. As a matter of fact, it's coming off a high of 358. And now it's at a low of 347. It's sitting right at support from back in January 25th. So I'm going to find it hard to believe that the Dow Jones Industrial Average doesn't rip higher unless there's a war. The only thing I can think of is that there's an actual war. And I want to also point out that we're sitting right on the bottom of that channel, that upward channel for Monday. So we've got more NVIDIA puts coming in February 18th, 220C for $179,000. Ford, February 18th, 16.5 P for $11,000. SPY puts February 14th, 435p for $134,000. NVIDIA, February 25th, 237.5p for $500,000. Disney, February 11th, 149p for $26,000. And then SPY, February 11th, 440p for $100,000 into the bell. It's pretty awesome right now. I'm looking at, if you guys look at a chart going back to January 24th, we're in this bottom of this channel, and it took us 2 days to trade down this channel. And so I guess the question is, if you break 435.02, right? So just a key point today from Spot Gamma this morning at the open was that if we break 435, that we are guaranteed, or not guaranteed, but a 90% chance that we retest 420. So you're looking for a break of 435 to test 420. Yeah, there are FOMC minutes next week. There are. So there are two events. There's FOMC meeting minutes on, I believe, Tuesday, but I could be wrong on that date. It's Tuesday or Wednesday. The meeting is just bullshit. That wasn't a real... So that meeting takes place every single month. That meeting is scheduled every single month. That's just a normal meeting that they have. It's just something where they meet in private. where big buyers are. Yeah, so big buyers, so just so you guys can know, right? The big buyers are at 335. It's not showing it right here. So you got 430 and 422, but I want to show you guys closer here. 435 is where big buyers are. Or they were earlier. We showed it to you guys down here. A little bit lower here. Hold on, I'm going a little too much in this. Right here. Do you see this right here? It's 435.01. You can see the buyers are at 109,000 buyers at 435. Now, if you break through 435, though, right, you not automatically, but you're fairly certain that we'll retest 420. Lots of retail put buyers here, just a heads up. Into the bell. Lots of retail put buyers. I would warn you that at some point you're going to get trapped. QCOM is down $10. Are you shitting me? So Brad is saying that he just got dispatched along with every other tanker truck to go to the terminal on the road. Whew. Did Tesla just hit 852? Are you shitting me? We talked about that earlier today, didn't we? I didn't even look at Tesla. Holy shit. Tesla hit 852. We called this out this morning, right? We said 850, right? Holy shit. Tesla hit 852. That is wild. I can't believe Tesla at 852. Holy shit. 852. Wait a minute, hold on, Winky. Winky, I'm still in those calls. I haven't sold them. I'm still sitting in them right now. I don't care. I made so much money on the puts that I'm good. So I think that we rip higher. If we don't, I'm going to roll them into straddle on Monday. I don't believe this. I don't believe this shit at all.
Statement here from Russia that by disinformation about planned Russian invasion of the Ukraine Western countries.
Disinformation about planned.
The Russian side responding to the report out earlier this afternoon that suggests that President Putin had made the decision to invade the Ukraine.
Oh, was it a market scam? Was it a market scam? What are they saying here? Are they saying that there was no war planned? No, Zero Hedge didn't say that the U.S. deployed fucking nuclear bombs with the B-52s, did they? That's so dorky. What, it was 1965 or something? Zero Hedge is saying that. So it looks like everything was a joke. Is this like Wag the Dog or something? Is that what they're saying? Is that what they're saying? It's all fucking fake? Did you hear the guy just talk? Hilarious. We'll see. The market, the dealers are like, fuck you, I'm in short. We're going to sell it down into the close. It doesn't really matter if they do. All that matters is we're going long. Oh, wait a minute. We've got VIX puts coming in. We've got QQQ calls rolling in. It was all fake. I didn't hear exactly what he said. It sounded like he said... I like Zero Hedge. We deployed the we broke out the B-52s with nuclear bombs on them. Yeah, we do it. It's funny. It's like, are we doing the AFRM maneuver with World News? I want to attack you, my bullet will. You're a paper tiger. No, that's just horse shit. There's no B-52 that's flying anywhere. There's no B-52s flying anywhere to do anything. B-52s aren't doing shit. Trust me. Not in date. I mean, shit. You could shoot a B-52 down over Iraq with a fucking AK-47. War will make. You guys are hilarious. Inflation, secondary concerns, and Powell may no longer need to tighten anymore. Rock lobster. Too funny. Putin comes out in like a week and he's like, I was short the firm and the spy. They fly a bit higher than that. Yeah, I don't really care what we trade right now. The only thing that I care about is the close. We're either going to get a massive short covering operation, or if we sell down into the bell, I'm buying the fuck out of it. I don't care either way. I don't care either way. There ain't no way you're trading below where we are right now next week. It ain't happening. Or maybe it's happening. I guess we could trade. If we trade down to like 420 next week for OPEX, that would be crazy. Or if we trade down to like 390 next week for OPEX, the Bears must be like, the Bears have to be like oiling themselves up right now, just hoping and praying. Just like hoping and praying that we trade down to 420 next week. Spraying disinformation will play invasion of Russia and West country want to distract attention from their own aggressive actions. Oh god. I know if I play, I think if I play any music, then I'm gonna get busted, right? I have to do royalty free or like pay for specific songs. And even then, seriously, stop trading sideways. I want to buy something. Print it. Print it into the close. We've got gold calls February 18th. You know what's funny about this too, right? Is like there's a bunch of gold calls. If we go up on Monday, all those gold calls will be worthless. Anyone holding gold on Monday will be worthless. We've got Apple puts, right? February 11th, 170p, $68,000. We've got February 11th, 445p for $290,000. We've got EQNR calls February 18th, $30 for $200,000. Come on, baby. Give me 435 at the bell. Or maybe they'll just, I've got a line on 440.35. I've got a support line here. So I'm wondering if they park it right at 440, right into the bell. That's a possibility. What else do we have here? We've got SPA or RACE, RACE, February 18th, 210p for $292,000. We've got Snap Puts, February 18th, 36p for $68,000. I'll tell you what, for all these puts, if these things don't get closed, they're never printing. Come on. Trade it up into the bell. UA, February 18th, 16C for $119,000. Yeah, keep going up. I don't believe you. I think you short cover. I think you cover your shorts into the bell here. No, I think that into the, so there's a couple things. So like into the bell, I think by Monday you're gonna have an answer. But I mean, Winky made a good point. He said don't date them any earlier than the 18th because they might not print, right? But if you have some news that comes out, if you have if you have an invasion over the weekend, the market's gonna drop. So there ain't no way around that. If the situation is de-escalated, you would see the market go up, hands down. There's no way around it. TAN puts, TAN. Been watching a lot of puts on batteries since that news was released. I'm wondering if that is implied that we'll get some sanctions will lead to less access. I don't know. I would assume that batteries would go up because of the scarcity. But anyways, there's puts on TAN, T-A-N, February 18th, 60p for $600,000. My assumption would be that if you have limited access, I don't know, I guess sometimes they can flip to being bearish. On TAN. I've been noticing some battery puts all day long, or after the news was released. SPY calls, February 11th, 443C for $46,000. I always love these moments in the market. They're always like, we're not gonna bring the market up. We've got 24 minutes left in the market. We're waiting for the market makers and dealers to decide if they're gonna rip the market higher or not. We're going to wait for the shorts to say, yeah, I'm holding short over the weekend. I highly doubt that shorts hold over the weekend, but we'll see. So right here, we're going to find out. This is when you play poker at a poker table. I don't know if you guys play poker out there. You ever go to the casinos and you sit there and you wait and watch. Ooh, TSM. Oh, no, hold on. SPY calls 443C. TSM, May 20th, 120p, $1.4 million. EQT, March 18th, 20p for $46,000. More SPY calls. February 11th, 443C for $60,000. So this is a good market moment for you guys. So there's two ways to play this, right? You're gonna be stone cold faced sober and look to see if the shorts come off into the bell. You might even, matter of fact, I'm gonna hold these calls into the 4:15 hour because my thoughts are that we're gonna run up after the bell, even if they short cover after the bell, but they have to short cover. If they don't, that would mean that the thought is we're going to have an invasion. That someone knows more than we know, that there's actual real risk into Monday. But either way, if they don't do anything from now into the bell, let's say nothing, we flatline into 4:15, right around 4:10 p.m., I'm going to buy a straddle or a strangle in the market, depending on where we wind up. Yeah, shorts are in full hold mode. I don't believe them. Yeah, tan is solar power, but you need minerals for it, right? You need material for it. The material comes from China and Russia right now. Yeah, I think they have to cover two. I don't know. Like for us being at 440 right now today, I'm finding it hard to believe that the market is positioned for what 420. I think if we're at, I think I don't even think. Let's say we're at 440 right now, right? If you blew the market out on Monday down to 430, you'd probably have a meltdown in the market. Yeah, you would have a meltdown. Matter of fact, I would bet you 10 grand right now, anybody that's willing to actually place that bet with me, that if you traded the market down to 430 on Monday, that you would create probably a market crash that you wouldn't recover from. That would be my bet that you would create. Oh, here we go. SPY, February 18th, 445C, $800,000. IWM, March 18th, 200C, $2 million. That would be my bet. My bet would be that if you were to break the market on Monday for 230, you would send home. You'd probably have. You'd fuck. Yeah, I don't know who you'd fuck. You'd probably fuck like shit. Maybe like 20% of the market, like straight up. Ooh, 439, Danger Town. So scared of 439. Ooh. Sell it down to 435 for me. The deeper it goes, the better. The deeper you go, the better. It's always like hilarious when we have market moving events like this. Because if you have something like this take place, you could have a market crash or a great buying opportunity. Very rare. Ford puts or February
S&P futures dipping back below the 4,400 mark, 43.97, testing
yeah.
lows of the day here in the S&P futures. Less than 20 minutes to go to the close.
All right, here we go. Hold on here. Hell no. Clear. I'm going to buy a shit ton of calls here. VIXY calls, VIXY, June 17th, 20C, $300,000. VIXY calls, 6/17, 20C, $300,000. SPY puts, 2/14, 435, $300,000. All right. SPY calls, 2/14, 447C, $244,000. We're now trading down to 435 or 438. And yeah, if you break 435, you are, Spot Gamma is saying that you will 100% guarantee to see 420. 100% 420. That's what they're saying. If you break 438.94. SPY calls February 14th, 447C. AMD calls February 18th, 117C for $144,000. VIX puts February 25th, 22P for $266,000. Oh no. Definitely not. Oh fuck no. Hold on a second. I need to buy all these fucking calls. Hold on a second here. There we go. So I just loaded up on SPY, February 14th, 455C. February 14th, not 455, 450C for Monday, 52 cents. I'm going to look to grab the put side at the bell if we trade higher. 455, 52 cents on 450C. Ain't no way. I'm calling a scam. $3:45, 15 minutes left to the bell. TQQQs are down. Someone just says texted that TQQQs are down 10% with 15 minutes left on the bell. XLF puts coming in right now. XLF, February 18th, 39.5p. Like split up. It's like $78,000, $58,000, $57,000, $79,000. So we'll see if we trade up here into the bell. Oh yeah, baby. I ain't believing it. Interesting to see XLF puts coming out right now.
For crypto markets, reportedly the U.S. Treasury has signaled that crypto miners won't face IRS reporting rules.
Ooh. $14 minutes left to the hour. Apple calls February 18th, 175C, $28,000. Facebook calls February 11th, 220p, $59,000. QQQs February 18th, 355C for $155,000. Tesla catching a bid at 850.71. 850.71 on Tesla. Pinged it from this morning. Called out a ping on Tesla at 850. People said there ain't no way we're trading down to 850. 850.71. So there you go. 850 on Tesla. Holy shit. 850 on Tesla. There's your second bounce. 1, 2. The crazy part is that you would have had to have bought Tesla on the lowest day of the year at the bell. You would be even today. Even right now. Which is just wild as shit right now. short covering operation on the markets right now into the bell. We've got only 12 minutes left. We'll see how high it trades. Nice and wild. Short covering operation. You're smoking crack if you think that we're not going up on Monday. You would destroy the US economy next week over a threat of war with Putin. That ain't happening. That ain't happening, I promise. Let's see how high we trade into the bell. I'm blasting off with only 11 minutes left.
Of a Russian press report that purportedly says the Kremlin has indicated Putin will speak with Biden tomorrow in a phone conversation.
Oh, we got good news. VIX puts February 8th.
Coming out of Russian press citing the Kremlin.
We have a meeting of the minds 15 minutes before the close, 10 minutes before the close of our markets. MU calls. Sofi calls. We've got Sofi, March 4th, $13.5, $53,000. LMT, February 18th, 405C, $94,000. Apple calls, NCLH calls, MU calls. We've got 3:51 in the afternoon. I got to buy calls again at the bell before we get into... I don't want to see the green bars after the bell. So I've got a rack for the 14th for 450. And I'm going to buy a bunch more like right at 3:59. I'm afraid that we get giant green bars after the bell. So I'm going to buy some more February. I'm going to buy February 18th just to cover my bases. Matter of fact, I'm going to go higher than that, I think. We got 460s in there for 38 cents. I don't even think it matters if we go to 460, does it? I can't tell. Does it matter if we go to 460 next week? Or do they not kick it? They probably won't kick it in. You would need like 2-week calls in 460 for a kick, for a premium kick. So February 16th, then February 18th. 450 Cs are only $2. So 450 Cs. Ow. So I'm looking at 450C to add. So far I've got 0 dates for today. I'm going to hold into the bell, and I'm not believing that they don't short cover the last few minutes. We're at 352. We've got 8 minutes left. They might not short cover. They might just hold it here. So I'm going to hold those after the bell and see if they rip higher into the bell. I've got February 14th, 450 Cs, and then I've got February 14th, 450 Cs. Or no, I've got the 14th, but I haven't bought the 18th yet. I'm just sitting here watching them. They're like 245 a piece. So waiting to see. I'm not believing it for a minute. And I'll throw some puts on at the end. I don't like being at 240 buying puts here, but I think I'll buy some outside the money puts for what I would do is I'm going to look right now. That's crazy because the 430 puts are $3 on the 18th. That's way expensive. I'm just stay. I mean, you know, I'm just be long. I think. Oh, here we go. SPY. February 14th, 445 C $1 million. Now the rest of it's all small stuff. Show me the money. Great close. 5 minutes left to the bell. It is now 3:55. Shorts haven't closed with only 5 minutes left to the bell. I'm interested to see if they don't close between now and 4:15. If they're short over the weekend, would be a tell that they're taking this seriously, right? If they do end up closing into the bell, then it's not as serious as implied by the news. Four minutes left until the bell. We are trading higher the last few minutes here. Trading at 442.41. All right, so I got to get ready. I'm going to buy some calls right at the bell before 4 p.m. I'm afraid they're going to hit it with some huge green bars. Also watching some calls coming in on IWM February 16th, 205C for $95,000. $3.58, 2 minutes left to the hour. Come on, give me 359. sell order on. And then I gotta buy right now. Hold on there. Easy. Make them dirt cheap. Dirt cheap. Sweet. All right. So we're after the bell now. It's 4 o'clock. Okay, here, let me look and see what's going on here. I gotta take a look here and see what I got going on. All right, so I just bought a bunch of calls for Monday. I got calls for Friday. We got them at like 450. So we'll see if we trade lower into. Monday. I didn't buy any puts today. I'm having a hard time, or I didn't want to pay the price for more puts for Monday. I have a fear about the price of puts. The premium on them is stupid right now. We've got a buy program on after the bell currently. A large volume after the bell. Yeah, I don't know if we dump over the weekend. I didn't take any puts because of the price of them. I was looking at the puts that I had that were I had puts that were like went from like 60 cents to multiple dollars. So I'm not willing to pay $2, $3, $4. Matter of fact, let's look at the 11th. Yeah, they're up to like $4 now for puts that expired today. They're like $4.50. I sold them in like the $2 and $30 range or something. So February 14th. Hold on, let me look at let me see here. February 14th. Scratch that. It's like a February 14th in the money put for Monday is $3.55. That's pretty expensive with 2 days of that's really expensive. But I got like a shit ton of 450 Cs for Monday and for Friday. So I don't think there's 141,000 puts for Monday. For Friday, there's 43,000 contracts on 440C for $5. And on Friday, there's 80,000 puts for 440p. So I don't know. I think I'm going to take I'm not say I think. I took the contrarian trade with a sizable amount of my account. 20% of my account. I took an opposite trade. I took a very large trade against the market. I don't believe, unless we have a war on Monday, or Saturday, Sunday, I'm not buying it. Yeah, I don't. I'm looking at the. I didn't even straddle it. I just bought calls. I don't. I don't. It could sell off on Monday. I'm making a pretty risky bet for next week, but I'm finding it hard to believe that between now and Monday. I mean, we're trying to find a way to. So if we sold 435 into Monday over war, you're talking about. My assumption is that we would go to 420, and if we went to 420, then you would probably have a national crisis. You would destroy a lot of American business. I could be wrong on this. Unless it's something planned that's not known, I would think that you would destroy 20% of the banking system in the U.S. Like any long-only hedge fund would be gone. So we'll see. I'm interested to see this over the weekend, what the impact would be on banking. So I'm not buying it. I'm calling the bluff over the weekend, or I'm at least calling the bluff on our market trading down to below 430 on Monday into Friday, without a doubt. I have to, because you're talking about printing out puts that there's no money to print out next week. You're talking about probably destroying banking, right? Or not all of banking, like 10 to 20% of it. So I'll take the opposite trade into the bell. I am watching some put selling right now. IWM, March 18th, 191p for $4.4 million. Just a heads up on that one. This is after the bell. So we're gonna be here until until 4:15 p.m. There is some calls being bought on QQQs after the bell. February 2nd, February 11th, 347C for $60,000. But I just do want you to know that there is some put selling right now on the indexes after the bell. And I'm interested to see how this trades into next week, because this could make my account. As a matter of fact, I could probably buy a boat if we go up on Monday. I'm suspect right now. I'm suspect they're going to print all those puts for Monday. They did say the only thing that I would say would be that there was 10-day calls, like 10-date calls. If those weren't closed, we might print puts on Monday. I guess that's possible. That you could use that money in reserve, but otherwise, I'm long. Let's see what you guys are saying. Sorry, I'm trying to watch the options chain into the close here. I want to see if anyone jumps in with some massive puts. The more massive the puts are, the more put selling it is. Let's see what you guys are saying here. Missing a bunch. No, I didn't mute trade the news. I'm not getting all of the news for some reason. Weekly market update. Surging inflation and threat of Ukraine invasion looms large over the markets. Kremlin says Putin will speak to Biden Macron on Saturday. Yeah, so if Putin is going to speak to Biden and Macron on Saturday, right? You know they're not going to leave those talks without good news if they're having a report. So my expectation for Monday is that we're going to blast off north, unless there's something bad. It says Russian government is spreading disinformation about planned invasion of Ukraine. Western countries want to distract attention from their own aggressive actions. What else does it say? That's it. Can't see everything you guys are saying here. Yeah, I closed a bunch of puts for profit earlier, and I opened a bunch of 0-8 puts that printed giant. And then I lost some money. I lost a ton of money on, not a ton, but some money on some 0-8 calls. They were up and then they went way down, and then I added to them and they died. But then I bought some calls at just like 15 minutes before the bell for next week. And then I bought some more calls for Monday, and then I bought some more, or excuse me, Friday, and then I bought some calls for Monday as well. I don't think you can open flat on Monday. I don't think you can open flat on Monday. SPY failed breakout again and dumped. Not really. Before desert? Before desert. Oh yeah, so okay, let's talk about how you would destroy 20% of the banking system. So then we'll hang up here. First of all, if you guys are following right now, please like and subscribe. Please like and subscribe these videos if you're a new trader. If you're making money, please donate down below to keep this channel going, the Discord going, the website going. Please show your support as I'm missing the word. Anyways, so to get into how you would destroy part of the banking system would be that when you have an unknown event, right? So if you have something, let's say you have like a 9/11 took place, or you have like something terrible happens in the country, right? And if you are not hedged against those events, that you can blow up your account, right? So if you have a long only hedge fund and they say what's the assigned risk to us trading down to 420 by X date, if they don't have that hedging in place to at least break even, then they're going to lose their money, right? They lose their accounts, they lose their bank. So I don't think anyone could say that by Monday that we would trade, or that we would go to war and trade down below 435. So if we trade down below 435 on Monday, we would most certainly see 420. And I don't think anyone could say, yeah, we're going to see 420 by OPEX this month. I don't think anyone has it on their plate unless they're like a JPM or a GS or something like that. That would trade that low. So you would start to blow up accounts from banks, not from banks, but from small long-only hedge funds. So 430 would be acceptable, but anything below 430 would be lower than their when they bought the dip at 420, they didn't anticipate to trade back down below that. Yeah, my 450 is already printing. I'm already up on those. There ain't no way we're not trading up to there's no way that we're not trading up on Monday. It's just not happening. So there's no emergency Fed meeting on Monday. Let's be clear on something, okay? There is no emergency Fed meeting on Monday. There's none. That's a meeting that takes place every single month. That meeting takes place every single month. There's no emergency meeting. That's just shit posting on the internet that's gotten traction. Yeah, I broke the rules. I don't believe for a second that we don't trade up on Monday. Yeah, I'll see you guys all on Monday. I have a hard time. Like I think that even if we let's say Russia invades Ukraine, I would think politically and geopolitically that you wouldn't want to destroy our markets on Monday. Like, I think that we trade down at 420, but I don't think that people are prepared to trade down to 420 on Monday. So I don't think the banks are, and I don't think hedge funds are, and I don't think America is. So I don't know that we would trade down there on Monday. I'm finding it hard to believe. And then I'm also finding it hard to believe that if there's a conference on Saturday, that there's not a resolution found before Sunday. So I think if you found that resolution on Sunday, that you would see probably a 2 or 3% futures coming into Monday. Oh, no. So Bullard means nothing at this point. The only news story that matters is going to be Ukraine between now and Monday. The only thing that matters between now and Monday is Russia. I want to be clear on that. Bullard means nothing between now and Monday. He means nothing. He is a speck of dirt. Western countries are enforcing a hawkish stance by sending war equipment to Ukraine because they can. Yeah, right on, right on. Thanks for subscribing, Calpico. Coop Blacks, thanks for supporting us. Quantum Leap, thanks for supporting the channel. Monday speaks on CNBC at 8:30. It's irrelevant. So as far as anything is concerned, between now and Monday, the only concern is Ukraine. I promise you that. I'm old. Trust me. The only thing that matters is Ukraine. Time to write Red Dawn. Yeah, the only thing that matters is Ukraine. I guarantee you. It's the only thing that matters. You guys all have a wonderful weekend. I want to say thanks to all of you. Please like and subscribe to these videos if you're new to the channel. I'm going to log off now. I also, if you can help support the channel, I always appreciate a tip down in the tip jar. Please join the Discord. We've got a great group of traders, always trying to help each other try to make money. We have a website as well, and we have a Twitter handle called @CaptainsAlpha.
You're listening to Trade the News.
I'll catch all of you on Monday at 8:30 a.m. Typically, I try to get on here on Monday, and we review the charts. We review the volume profile, market profile. We look at Spot Gamma's news release or founder notes for Monday, and we'll trade this up on Monday. If we get like sell the news over the weekend, I'll try to do a video for you guys before then or a live stream. If we have a war over the weekend, I'll try to do a live stream for you guys so we can try to regroup. And if we have some news that the market or that Ukraine war is now in the rearview mirror, I'll do a live stream over that as well. But otherwise, I'm going to be skiing on Saturday and Sunday. So we'll catch back up with you on Monday morning at 8:30 in the morning. You guys all have a wonderful weekend. If you are from Ukraine or nearby, please stay safe. I want you to know that if you are near a potential war zone, if war does break out, please leave the area. I can't stress that enough. I was a soldier in the United States military. Please, your life is worth more than anything that can take place close to a war zone. And once you're caught behind any kind of lines, even if it's your own lines in your country and you can't leave, it's going to be an issue. So I hope that we don't go to war, and I hope that we're able to de-escalate the situation in Ukraine, and all kinds of love out there to the Europeans and to the Ukrainians if you're tuning in to this broadcast. Catch you all on Monday, otherwise at 8:30 a.m. New York Standard Time, baby. Wall Street time. I'll check you guys out on Monday morning.